Bon dia. Bon dia a tots i a totes. Gràcies per ser aquí avui amb nosaltres, tant els que esteu aquí com els que esteu en línia, ja que tenim participants de diferents
Hello
indrets.
and welcome. Thank you for being here this morning. We have people from Italy, Croatia, and some 500 participants
En streaming. Bé, esperem
here
que
with us and following on streaming. And they will help us understand more about our daily educational task in vocational training. And we thank you for your efforts and for your attendance. I'd also like to highlight the support of CaixaBank, our main sponsor. Thank you for sponsoring us and assisting us today. Before we get underway, let me give you a few housekeeping announcements. I will be your moderator today, and I will be introducing our different speakers. You can ask any questions you may have. We want this to be an interactive session, and for it to meet all your needs and concerns and all the reasons that you are here with us today. You can make any comments or ask any questions through the tablet that you will find on our website. We'll also share a place to share thoughts and opinions, as well as our YouTube chat. And also here in the room, we will pass around the microphone. And we encourage you to use our Twitter feed to further the discussion on these matters and be able to use that communication channel. The Jornades OrientaFP is our hashtag. So to stay on time, as we have a very long day ahead, and we hope that it will also be a fruitful day and an interactive one for all of you. Let's get underway with our first speaker, Mr. Giuseppe Mortal, Director of Impulse FP, the Innovation Unit of the Director General of Vocational Training of the Ministry of Education of Catalonia. Giuseppe, you may take the floor. Hello and good morning. Welcome to this second session of Orienta, the Orienta Vocational Training. Last month, I went to the Pedro Forca mountain. As I was coming down, I received a phone call from a master's student who was very happy to have gotten a place in the master's program. And he said, I said I was just climbing down the mountain, and he said, you must be quite a warrior, so to speak. And that is how I would describe the Orienta program. Someone who is experienced in battle. And I thought it was an appropriate term for that, because it used to be that people entering vocational training didn't have the proper background, but thanks to programs such as like this, they can be battle ready. And that is going to be the topic for today's session, based on reflection and dialogue. These tools help us to win many battles and leads us to the figure of Carlos Porta, the popular radio broadcaster with a show whose model is to bring light to darkness. And I hope that's what we will do, bringing light to the darkness that can sometimes surround this topic by sharing our ideas and mutual reflections. Thank you. Thank you, Giuseppe, for those ideas. Climbing down a mountain sometimes can be more difficult than climbing up, as you all know. Now, Mr. Jose Manuel Garcia Train, Director of Business Centers of CaixaBank, will take the floor. Thank you very much, and good morning to one and all. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your presence here in person and online, the Ministry of Education, OrientaFP, for this hybrid event. It's high time that we had face-to-face events once again, and it's also good to have the online component. This is a very important problem, that of dropouts and abandonment is a problem to be avoided. We have to put every mechanism and tool available to us in the service of solving that problem. And that is the ambition of CaixaBank, as well as to promote dual vocational training. Clearly, this has a great influence on those entering intermediate degree programs for vocational development, personal development. This has a big impact on vocational training. We must ask ourselves, what are the risk factors? How do they interrelate? And what are the economic and social factors that come into play? Today is a day to think about the system, its efficiency, the reasons and strategies that can be put into service from the institutional and corporate level to motivate students, prevent dropouts, and ensure the future success of our students. Training is a tool for social equality. They must provide a means for social advancement, occupational advancement, and that will accompany individuals throughout their educational and professional lives. And this includes jobs that don't even exist yet. All this in the service of a more equal and inclusive society. At CaixaBank, we promote vocational training as part of our commitment to society. And the social goals and the social needs of society. That is why we support the professional support of our students, the future, our educators, schools, companies, and many others. We do this to support society, and we wish you a very fruitful seminar that will help all of us progress in our common goals. Thank you very much for that. And to conclude this segment, we will ask Jose Antonio Andres Villena, Deputy Director of Programs and Projects for Vocational Training of the Ministry of Education of Catalonia, to take the floor. Hello and good morning to one and all. And thank you for organizing this vocational training seminar in this wonderful palace built by Putin Calafalk in 1901. We could have no better setting to close this academic year, the second seminar organized by Impulse FP. We believed that there are some critical factors that influence vocational training. We have to find the causes, the root causes that lead us to be where we are and bring us here today. Sharing ideas, strategies, activities, and tools. How will we do this? To solve the problems, remedy the causes that lead to dropouts. For all of us to make the most of our program in Catalonia, to raise awareness on the importance of dropping out of vocational training programs, the impact that this has on the people, the student bodies, but also their families, companies, and the entire socioeconomic context in which we find ourselves. I think we can all agree that we believe that the quality of education and vocational training must be a reality in the form of a proper offering, well-trained faculty, proper mechanisms and tools for education. But that is not enough. In Catalonia, at the Ministry of Education, we want to achieve educational excellence. And this is understood as the quality of education available to everyone, with no one left behind. In the 21st century, this is not the time for to accept that in this information age, in our educational system, the young people of Catalonia, 25% are left out without having a proper opportunity to reach initial vocational training that will allow them to continue with a successful professional career. We are here to find the answers to this and get down to action. Thank you to all our participants and sponsors, for all of us who are here today to talk about a serious problem from every area, the educational authorities, officials, people from the business world, our coordinators. Thank you for all your support. Thanks to all our faculty, our counselors, and everyone in and outside Catalonia who is with us today. In the context in which we find ourselves today, students are not always well situated. It is professional orientation is diverse, wide-ranging, complex. Not everyone has the information to situate themselves. Therefore, I always advise students to be well oriented, well counseled from an early age. But once they have a place in the vocational training programs, which is something that is difficult, we stay by their side. So anything we can do to improve and help from the Ministry of Education in the short, mid, and long term is what we will do. And in September, we will be excited to watch them begin a new academic cycle, a new academic life for learning, for progress. There's a difference between the dropping out from schools and the dropping out from the entire educational system. A student may change or get it wrong when they choose their educational program, and they change. That's not the same thing as a dropout if they change. A student at a school is the result of a complex process going through secondary school, pre-university, or vocational training and arriving in one of these programs. What a school does to retain those students, for them to be involved in their programs and engage in their educational process, is always costly and complex. If vocational training is a lifelong process, as professions change, new professions appear, new values, new content must be taught. It should come as no surprise that the students require proper lifelong learning to have the tools to continue to get this training and education throughout their lives. In the end, at the end of this speech, I will make a proposal to go from thinking to action, because vocational training is action. And to take action, we need to provide a response. Where is the limit, the acceptable limit for students who drop out of the system, who drop out of our schools? At the Ministry of Education, as you see, there is evidence that we work on this topic, as it is of great concern to us. And we have students who are responsible for this. We are beginning to work on a decree for counseling and orientation that must cover this aspect, the lifelong learning aspect for students, and undertake counseling and orientation from the initial educational stages, and while the student is in them, to accompany them in such a way that we improve the academic success of most students who are with us. In the midterm, as you know, we speak a great deal. There is an open part of the integrated centers decree, one of the pillars of which is the information
recording in progress
orientation system, which must reinforce the role of anyone who is interested in professional orientation, professional training, be a stage of life that can be returned to improve their qualifications, to further their qualifications, to learn new qualifications throughout their professional life. In the short term, you know that the vocational training have in the public network have 6 guidance counselors, and by the end of July, we will probably be able to say that we have some 50 guidance counselors in our vocational training system. This shows in a concise, brief way the importance that our department is attaching to orientation for our students in the vocational training programs. And I need to tell you a brief story. I was working in a vocational training center in the Baixo Brigade area, and we had a great many activities there. But one of the problems that I want to explain to you today is that in the mechanics intermediate degree program, we didn't have enough students to say that we could call it a successful program. At the most, 12 to 13 students in the first year. If you're a professor, you know how worrisome that is, because it can have an impact in the school's project and many other things. We tried everything: advertising, open house days, visits, anything that we could do to try to generate interest in this program, but it was not easy. And there was one element that confused us. The Baixo Brigade area is a very industrial one, and all of these things tend to be disappearing. And there are many families who had negative memories of industrialization. Pirelli, Pharma, Elsa, all these companies that once populated the area. So we realized that it's an interesting profession, but due to offshoring and relocalization, all the families that had suffered through these processes, perhaps at home, were not so supportive of the mechanization field per se. So that was a concern to us. The director of our department tried many different ways and finally managed to get 25 students. And he said, "We're thrilled. We have raised the level of our intermediate mechanization program. We have two groups, one with 30, another with 18 students. And their level is very good. In the superior program, we are filling up all the places. And we said, great. Who could say no to this explanation? He was happy to explain this and thought he was doing things very well. But I asked him, how many students drop out in the first year? He said half of them. And I said, well, when I was there, we didn't have any dropouts. And they weren't necessarily better academically, but their life depended on it. We accompanied them, and our life depended on it. We accompanied them, we tutored them. We did personalized tutoring, measuring their individual starting point, learning levels, personal project. This entire theory that we'll talk about later, we knew how to do it to keep students from dropping out. Now, their goal was different. Now, they were in a situation in which, even with the best intentions, we weren't preparing students to be good technicians in the intermediate degree program, but to be good students in the superior program. And there's a definition of vocational training that is that it prepares you for professional life. Of course, you can continue studying throughout life. Of course, there must be opportunities for that in degree programs and training programs for that, but we need technicians, not just superior technicians, not just engineers. As you know, if you know me, I tend to be very blunt. 2 years later, I ran into that same director and I said, we've changed without undermining the quality of the education that students receive. The truth is, we have recovered the interest in those young people who face difficulties, but who are good technicians and who will work autonomously in companies, and probably they will be led by a superior technician or an engineer. That will be the person who organizes the work. But we have good professional technicians coming out who will be able to get more training and go as far as they want in the future. What do I mean by all of this? Fortunately, we have lost the sound for a moment. First, we must know that vocational training educational systems are not designed to filter out the cognitively superior from the inferior. We need professionals, and it must be like with the general population. Everyone must have the opportunity to get this education. We know that over 10% of the people will wish to develop their professional projects at the level 1 variety of training programs. Life is difficult enough as it is, and it will be even more so if they're unable to do this. Therefore, that they at least be able to get the intermediate degree. And among the challenges, I would say this is one of the challenges, but the head of the program told me, in your program, what must we do to keep the dropout level below 10%, to get it down to 5%, for example? Yes, I said, I think that is a very good challenge for you, a difficult one. But these are students that we have now, and we have to guide them very well from the schools. We have to get our colleagues, prevent them from focusing the training and education of the intermediate degree students to not be to get good superior degree students. Therefore, we accept this challenge. We cannot fix everything. There will always be some percentage of students that we lose. But let me conclude by expressing my wish that we have time to speak to our students at the schools. Often, these students talk to their friends more than they speak to us, but they need persons of reference, mentors, people who have been through these stages to guide them and help them. And this can be result of us being so busy that we don't always get to talk to all of our students and provide them with proper guidance and orientation. My second wish is that we meet again next year and tell each other about the success stories that have grown out of the things we discussed today and how we've embraced the innovation program that is on the table for the next academic year. And my third wish is to wish you all a good summer, good holidays, as September is right around the corner. I wish you all the best for today's seminar. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andres. I think we have seen how at the Ministry of Education is concerned with this issue and is doing everything it can to prevent dropouts and ensure the quality. As we've heard from our institutional figures and set the context for that, we'll now move on to the opening presentation that was to be given by Dr. Francesca Salva, but due to force majeure, she is unable to attend the seminar. But we have Dr. Carmen Pina, a colleague from the University of the Balearic Islands, and she will tell us about the same program that they are conducting with Francesca Salva. And about today's topic, we are very grateful to her for accepting our invitation, and as it is based on this context of dropouts in vocational training, I will say it in Spanish. The teaching practice and dropouts in vocational training, an empirical approach and intervention proposal. This is a project financed by the National R&D program of our Ministry of Education, and the pilot phase is now underway. Good morning, Carmen Pina. You may now take the floor.
Nosaltres a tu no, crec, veritat?
Can you hear me correctly? We can hear you fine. My microphone is open, and you may take the floor.
Aleshores, no sé per què no em sento.
Ara ja està,
Can you
perfecte.
hear me? All right. All yours. Good morning, everybody.
Com ja vos han dit i veig, no som na Francesca Salvà, la doctora Francesca Salvà.
As you can see,
Que per motius de salut
Dr. Francisca Salva cannot be here with us due to health problems, but she sends her greetings. Francisca and I have been leading the project I'm going to be presenting here today. And please forgive me for changing and adapting the content of my presentation. In any case, I hope it is interesting for you. First of all, thank you very much to the audience and to all the institutions that have supported this seminar. And also, I want to greet all panelists. Let me share my screen. And please let me know if you can't see it properly. So this is the title of our project, Teaching Practice and Preventing Dropouts in VET. This is a project that has the support of the ministry. It started in 2019 and it will go on for 4 years. What's the background of this project? We had another project with support from the ministry as well that focused on success pathways and dropouts in first and second level VET. Many outcomes have been published and 2 main blocks of conclusions have to do with the impact of social, educational, and economic factors. And so we had a look at different indicators, the ones that had the highest impact. We did a longitudinal research with 2 groups of students. And then one other important outcome of the project was the importance of the engagement with the teachers, and the stronger the link to their teachers, the lesser the dropout index. And so we wanted to focus a little bit on teachers and their teaching practice in order to prevent school dropouts. On this link, you'll find the outcomes of our study, and later on in the Q&A, we can comment a little bit more on that, but there's a lot of information available on this website. For instance, a little story. We had we talk a lot with students, with discussion groups, and I remember one comment I heard from a teenager that was studying basic VT, and I was surprised to hear her words. She would tell me, I'm going to use her words. She would tell me, well, every morning I would get up and think how I would screw my teacher. And now that I'm here studying this VET program, and I don't like what I did because they care for us, they support us, and so I don't think that anymore. I get up and think, what, let me see what I can do today to. So this is something very essential, but I can't forget those words because it is very important to what we are discussing. And so we decided to launch this project. We are at a very early stage, so we don't have many outcomes, but I will be happy to listen to your comments later. And so our goal is to get to know the teaching practices of basic and intermediate VET students and to see how this relates to the results and the outcome of their students. And the final goal is to share best practices. There's many teachers here today, and we all know that it is something that is done already. We want to put the light on everything that is done properly in basic and intermediate vocational training. And what is our starting point that defines the different stages of our study? Well, we have two starting points. One, that the bond between students and teachers helps prevent dropouts, and second, that the style of teaching learning is also an important pillar. How did we organize all of this? Well, our starting point was that what teachers do in the classroom and in the school has a direct impact on the students' academic results and on preventing dropouts. And so we used a theory that is being used more and more in education. It is the theory of self-determination. And this self-determination theory was used because it refers to an autonomous motivation that comes from oneself and from our interests. And we have organized some discussion groups in the pilot stage, and someone was asking, so it's for us to motivate them, and someone would answer, no, it's their, I mean, they have to have their motivation. They have to come to school already motivated. But we need to see whether we have to motivate them to create this motivation that has to do with the well-being, the learning, and the students not dropping out from school. And so according to this theory, there are three pillars that, or three things teachers can do to foster this intrinsic motivation. It has to do with the bonds with their peers and working the bonds and working the willingness of the teachers for the students to feel that they care for their outcomes, and that bond is very, very important. Then one other thing that is very important is feeling competent. And all of you, I'm sure you know of students at basic and intermediate vocational training, how they feel that they are the poor, the bad students, those who are useless for any other thing, that no one cares for them. And so the SDT says that it is important for them to feel capable, to feel that they are working on their career, on their future, and that leads to intrinsic motivation and to better results. Then this leads to this self-regulation of learning. And the third thing has to do with the autonomy of students. So those students that feel that they can make decisions, that they are in charge of their own learning process, that they are the main character of their professional development. They feel that they are leading their process. And so these three components, the bonding, the motivation, and the self-regulation, are the foundation of this theory. And the ideal balance mixes the support from the students for students to have autonomy, and all of this has to do with the final outcome. On top of this, according to this model, learning can be divided into 4 dimensions that have a direct impact on preventing dropouts. So they are not clear-cut dimensions. As everything in life, these dimensions have plenty of nuances, and we can adapt them to our style of teaching. The first has to do with the support to autonomy. What does this mean? Well, teachers try and identify and feed their students' interests, for them what they like better, so as they feel linked not only to their teachers, but also to their process. Secondly, it is important to structure the teaching to provide support to the students following or according to their skills, and that makes them feel capable and for them to be aware of their own improvement, because sometimes students will tell, well, we are at the same point as we were like when we started out. No, teachers have to tell them that they are making progress, so they feel that they are capable. One other dimension has to do with the control, the level of demanding their students to things that have to do with their learning process, with their career, but also with behavior, basic norms. And very often students come to school and they say, well, I came to this school and I would smoke in the corridor, and now I behave better, I follow the norms, and they are happy and thankful for the teachers that put them limits. And so that is what control refers to. And this control is linked to demanding from students things, because students often say, we want teachers to demand something for us, not to treat us as if we were little kids. We want to learn. And the last dimension has to do with chaos. at the other end of the laissez-faire, right? There's teachers that don't believe, don't trust students, that feel that they are wasting their time. Fortunately, we can find this kind of teachers, and all of this leads to another hypothesis that says that the ideas, the notions, the beliefs of teachers have a direct impact on their teaching style and on the outcomes of their students. So if you don't believe your students will succeed, that feeling can be felt by the students, and they will end up dropping out. And what can we do with all of this? Well, there's three main goals. First, to acquire new learning and to describe and identify best practices. There are plenty of them, and also to share and disseminate these good practices. There are many schools that are doing great, and so it's important to transfer this knowledge, to share this knowledge, and to share, as I was saying, the good practice being carried out and done in this very specific education stage. And so we have three hypotheses: that the teaching style is essential for improving academic results, and also to prevent dropping out, because very often students come to school with a terrible academic pathway, and then they turn into brilliant students. And so here we wanted to work not only in preventing dropouts, but also in improving the students' outcomes. A second hypothesis is that it is necessary to identify teaching styles and practices, and to offer a framework so as we don't just follow our intuition, but we have a clear framework that empowers us to say that it is necessary to use active methodologies, etc., etc. And then the third hypothesis says that if we are to transfer all of this information, we will improve the prevention of dropouts. So we have organized our project in two main stages. And I am going to share some initial outcomes, but we are at a very early stage, as I said earlier. First, we have reviewed all the available literature, and we have compiled statistics about teaching styles. We ran two questionnaires in order to describe the teachers' teaching practices in the Balearic Islands community. We organized discussion groups to review the information, and then we identified teaching styles. We have used two tools. One is the self-efficacy, perceived efficacy scale, and then another one, the SIS, the situations in school. And so here we looked at situations in the school that have to do with the support to teenagers, their autonomy, management of the schools, etc., etc. 15 situations that have to be graded from 1 to 7. And then we cross all of this with the students' grades, and then with social and demographic data. And so the result, we had a sample of 396, 17 professional families, and our trust is plus minus 5%, but we don't have absolute figures because we differentiate between teachers that teach in 2 stages, general teachers, and so we didn't manage to identify a clear-cut universe. So as I was saying, we looked at 17 professional families, 36 programs, and 40 schools. And we are at the early stage of studying the outcomes. Just a few things. The teachers with the longest teaching experience have the best feel that their efficacy is highest. The teachers, students, sorry, it is very important for teachers to support their students, but we are just looking at the first data, and this data was used to choose the first 2 schools where we will implement our pilot project. So we are going to design with those 2 schools, and we are going to implement and evaluate a pilot program for the improvement of educational results and for preventing dropouts. And so these schools are schools that are willing to introduce changes, not only at managerial levels, but also teachers willing to change. These schools have different characteristics. One is a very small center, a very small school, and the other one is a large school. One is set in an urban area, the other one in a little village. And so we wanted to get some outcomes from this study that could be transferred later to other schools. And starting in September, we will implement this project and see what comes of it. We know that one of the limitations of our study is that results are not immediate. So next year, dropout levels might not drop clearly, because the process has to do with different factors. Of course, teachers have a role there, but it's not the only thing that affects dropouts. And secondly, because innovation and changes take time, and most probably we'll obtain results throughout the next school years. And so here is what we did in our pilot project. We had a first contact with school managers, and in each school we have a promoting group with people that are very committed, that want to change the world. And so this makes it wonderful because they are like a little drop of oil, and we want their work to expand, and they are the best to incorporate other teachers in their schools. And one of the wonderful things of this project has been those promoting teams. We met them in order to get to know them and to know what they thought. And then we had discussion groups with most of the teachers in those schools, looking at 4 dimensions: the teachers and students' skills, students' autonomy, the bond between teachers and students, and motivation. Those were the main 4 blocks. And from these discussion groups, we got very valuable information that we organized, and then we shared back with the promoting groups, and then we started developing proposals. And so now they are testing the proposals, and they are going to share them with the other teachers. And now the improvement plans are being defined. Some of the measures in these plans are self-evident, and for many schools, these are things that are already being done, but not in other schools. And one of the goals of the project is not to start out with large actions and try and change totally the schools. No, we want for the schools to design their own plans, because they are the ones who know best their schools, and not to start with very ambitious measures, because otherwise they will feel they are failing, and no. So we ask them to go step by step, and some measures will be gradual. They'll start little by little. And one other important thing is to know that not all teachers are at the same place. Some teachers will be enthusiastic, and some others hopefully aren't, but hopefully will be. So some of these measures might feel self-evident for some centers, but aren't for some schools, but aren't for some others. And so we have divided these measures in 3 pillars. So the 2 schools managed to have AVT guide just for them.
But in both places, we have one very clear figure who is familiar with the program. Another of the actions that I find very interesting is the exchange of professors among different stages. This is being organized because exchanging from basic to intermediate programs to allow them to do, for example, website design, programming, those from intermediate going to basic BT allows them to get to know them. It encourages the basic students and then makes them want to reach that level. It's another incentive for them to push on. The intermediate program professors also benefit from this. Some are a little reluctant at first, but it's also good for the basic BET students. Go to intermediate classes and have an exchange that year. but also they exchange with secondary education teachers, and we are arranging for secondary school teachers to go to basic and intermediate BET and vice versa in different topic areas, different subject matters for IT. It depends on the different fields. There are healthcare fields and IT fields, but that exchange with secondary school can be very interesting. As I say, we're just now designing the program and we're determining what content can be modified and exchanged and what they all will do. And this is about students changing their training programs. For example, basic IT, BT students go to third and fourth year secondary school students going to those schools to give a few classes on website design, and intermediate BET, healthcare BET, going to do resuscitation workshops in the first, second, and third or fourth year secondary school students. That's very empowering for them. And we know that the secondary school students also benefit from it, and it's a way to encourage them. So for teachers and tutors, the basic BET students who go to intermediate programs have a personal tutor professor that they can go to if anything comes up. But they also serve as a guidance figure. That way they are not left alone. This counselor is up to date on what is happening with the student and accompanies them throughout their entire learning itinerary. Also, the student counselors, that's another interesting figure. Alumni or students who are in intermediate programs go hold guidance sessions in the basic BET classes, telling them this is what you're going to find in the intermediate programs, or the alumni can come back once they've graduated and talk to the intermediate BET and let them know what the actual job is like and that it's worthwhile to finish the educational program. This is already underway. And another part of the program, we have field trips to our local mountains and group lunches to have a bit of recreation when we can relax a bit, and that helps us build better and stronger bonds. And we're running out of time. Okay. Our tutor protocols, it's our tutoring protocols. It's not just that tutoring is important, we already know this, but how we're attaching more content to tutoring. It's not just tutoring per se, but what they are actually doing. And the big second block is on skills. There's an entire trend in education of skill-based teaching. We are no exception. We are taking this into our classroom planning. This is clarifying things a great deal. In one of the centers, we have an inspector there in the school designing reports with quantitative and qualitative criteria for the students working on the design there. Active teaching methodology. This is already well explained in the literature. Support and decoupling. You can't imagine how complex the schedules are to support and decouple classes to back each other up. And so-called zero-year courses. This is not yet underway, but we're working on this in the belief, well, more than a belief, it's evidence that the skills levels are lower, especially now in the post-COVID time. And we're thinking of having like a zero-year course for the first week of just very basic elements of just basic skills. We don't know if we will be able to be successful there, but we are trying. In autonomy, we have a work script for all the tasks for the students. The classes are very structured. At first, they're very structured and very scripted, and then we gradually eliminate those. Organized tutorial sessions, study habits are worked on. We try to flexibilize the modules. Before a student drops out, we say, look, you can stop doing a number of things and just come to this. So as a means to keep them from dropping out, and certain limitations and a discipline protocol for any even minor infractions. Proposal is to transfer the results as much as possible using discussion groups and contributing solid evidence that there are things that can be done to prevent dropouts, that there are keys to preventing dropouts. People do this, it does work, and making this more visible and making it more of a reality. Do I have just a minute, or is my time up? I'm sorry if I've gone on too long. Yes, Carmen, you can take another minute or so. Okay, well, let me show you this video then. It's a very nice one. This is a basic VAT student. And we'll hear from him. Another thing is that something that's more based on the center and the professors from the outside. What you see is that people see us as real students. Not just me, but the teachers often hear remarks that we are some kind of second-rate students, and that's difficult. I probably have as many skills as the next person, or not, but I shouldn't be considered more or less intelligent because I choose this educational option. And so this view of us as somehow second-rate is very irritating because I get good grades and I have over a 9 average out of 10. And so a lot of people, they believe that basic VT is easy, but to get a 9 average, you have to work hard, which is what I've done. I don't care what other students say, but that secondary school teacher, say a literature teacher, looks down on you as if you were inferior. That is very annoying because we're all in the same educational system, but it can't be that some consider themselves superior to others because they study things that we don't. Okay, I needed to share that with you. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Karma, for that interesting presentation and the project. And I think here in the room, you've had a great impact. It's very interesting to hear what you've said about the perception that they have and how they are seen, and that may bother them, how they are labeled and stigmatized. If you don't mind, and if you could stick around for a few more minutes, sure, I would be thrilled to. To what extent is the role, the self-perceived role of the teacher as such, influence on the dropouts of a student? It seems like the perception of teachers more as trainers and not so much as educators, with this more social aspect, like a secondary school teacher, that might have an influence on dropouts in BT. Yes, when we were putting together this program, there were teachers with many years of experience, and they said, you know, my role has changed a lot. And I know I'm a master of my trade, and I know a lot about it. I could be a master mechanic, for example, but at this time, sometimes it's not as necessary for me to be a master mechanic as it is to be someone who accompanies a student with a very heavy family burden. So I think that profile is changing, and teachers are accompanying more, teachers are supporting more, and they are understanding more that the technical aspects will always be there, but that we also need to sow the seeds in this person before the technical part begins. You need to win their trust. You need to make the students feel capable. And then later, we will be able to begin the technical content. Teachers are becoming more aware of that, and it's difficult. It is a change of role. It is a change of professional identity. All of us have a professional identity based on what have you. And perhaps these teachers have an identity that it's very much based on their knowledge of mechanics. And now, all of a sudden, they're being required to do something else. Otherwise, they won't be able to work properly with their students. That's why it's so important to have this feeling of effectiveness among teachers, that the teachers feel like effective leaders and are able to engage in effective relationships with them to complete the necessary tasks. Well, that leads me to the next question, the tutoring in vocational training, which does not exist right now. So the role of a teacher could also be that of a tutor. Some may have to work as tutors. Do you think it's very important in vocational training? Yes, in our pilot program this year, we are implementing tutoring with a certain number of hours. It's going to be organized, and tutoring will be implemented that way. And I think that they must be given content. If not, you know, you just sort of blow it off and begin doing other things, and you end up using those hours for something else. So now we are setting up a tutoring protocol with group dynamics, topics to be addressed. Some teachers have said, please, I don't want to be given any tutoring hours, but we are in the process of implementing it with all the ramifications, and not just group tutoring, but attaching useful, real content to the hours that are to be spent tutoring. That's one of the keys, because this is where the prevention of dropouts is an entire process, and you can detect it long before the young person says, I want to leave, I want to drop out. You can detect it and mitigate it long before. Thank you very much for that. We will take note of everything you've said and hope to one day have a similar project. And we're sure that you will have great results with that. Thank you very much, Dr. Pina, for filling in at the last minute and bringing us this very interesting presentation. And we wish you all the best, and we hope to see you again soon. Thank you for having me. Very well. Before we begin our coffee break, we would also like to thank Maria Calvet, working on the visual thinking side of things, taking up all of the content of today's session in a very visual way, taking notes, and with these screenshots, we're able to take some of these ideas home. And now we'll begin a half-hour coffee break to rest and have a bit of coffee, relax, and be back in half an hour. Thank you.
Pues això, controleu vosaltres els 8-10 minuts i...
Bé, doncs, ara amb les forces ja recuperades...
And we are back, energized. We've had a slight incident with the coffee at the coffee break. We did not have time to convey the questions for Karma after her presentation. We're happy to do that later. To Karma Pina of the University of the Balearic Islands. Now, we'll move on to the second block of today's seminar, a panel of experts from different disciplines, speaking on the particularities, old and new problems of the dropping out from vocational training. We give a warm welcome to Dr. Oscar Mask from the Autonomous University of Barcelona, who belongs to the CIFO research group and the CERCIN Research and Studies group. Thank you for being here today, Dr. Mas, and we will give the floor to you as today's moderator for this panel. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for considering my participation worthy of this panel. Before being a professor at the Autonomous University of Barcelona, I'd also been a vocational training professor. And before that, I was a vocational training student. And so I hope that my personal background will enhance my participation here today and everything we're discussing. Second, I'd like to thank my colleagues, my fellow panelists, who are different experts from different fields and who are willing to come and spend the morning with us in this very busy time of year, at the end of the academic year. And I'm sure you know her for her publications and work, and a bit from the website of today's seminar and her CV, very impressive CV. Professor Miriam Abitar, Professor of Education and from the Department of Education and Organization from the University of Valencia. Second, Mr. Rafael Marino, Professor of Sociology and also from the Autonomous University. Then Dr. Silvia Carrasco, Professor of Anthropology and Sociology from the University of Barcelona. And last but not least, Professor Aina Tarabini, Professor of Sociology, Delegate Professor of Sociology at the Autonomous University of Barcelona. Before I give them the floor, let me just make a few remarks to present this panel and remind you that early vocational training dropouts is one of the most important problems that we will face as a country because of the negative effects it has on the young people who suffer it and the society as a whole. That is why dropouts are one of the most concerning educational indicators that we have. In recent years, these levels have been published in recent year. In 2021 academic year in Catalonia was 14.8%, in Spain 13.3%, and the EU 9.7% of students dropped out. But if we dig a bit deeper in these data, we'll find several nuances. For example, very different significant differences between genders. For example, in Catalonia, it's 9.4% for males, whereas for females, it's 9.9%. For the first time, it's below this 10% level that we heard from a previous colleague. When young people decide to drop out, they're usually in situations of vulnerability that make it more difficult for them to continue with their education, move on to new educational stages, new educational modalities, and it also accentuates their social, educational, occupational, and economic exclusion probabilities in the future. But for all of these reasons, dropping out is a concern for public administration, the schools themselves, and the professors and teachers on the front line. And that is why they wish to engage in innovative activities and projects to help the students achieve academic success, and to not decouple themselves from educational activity, and ensure that they will have proper opportunities and social integration in the future. To conclude, we could say that vocational training dropouts in professional training, but throughout all education, is a multi-dimensional topic. And among these multiple dimensions, I'm sure my colleagues will speak of them. For example, the social evaluation of vocational training that we've heard about, the orientation criteria, the practicals and educational aspects, family, social, and other cultural factors, the occupational background of students and their families. My fellow panelists will touch on these topics, and to not take up any more of their time, let me give the floor to Dr. Miriam Abeitar. Thank you very much for that presentation and for inviting me to be here today. As Oscar has said, and as you've seen on the website, I work at the Educational Sciences and Organization at the department at the University of Valencia. My role is based on educational sciences, pedagogy, studying the effects of school itinerary and educational curricula on future occupational integration, and above all, internships, practicals, situating them within the overall educational effort for the student and the system that serves that, as well as the economic system, as we know that this has a great influence on the final results or effects of these internships. My colleagues who work with me in the research group have worked in depth in vocational training, studying this specifically, especially in the initial level, the compensatory effect that it has to address groups that are at risk of social exclusion. We know that in secondary education, they may have had a record of failure, but also has an impact on the educational offering itself. This is something that facilitates the creation of new professionals, new workers, but also citizens in society. It's not just training to work and learn a trade, but to integrate into society. And we must underscore the humanistic side of education, just like the mandatory secondary education has in our society. As we're aware of the relevance of vocational training, and as we will discuss this today, with the idea to facilitate the post-mandatory training for as much of society as we can. These are the topics that interest us for research, and that's why I will share the findings with you today. As we begin research in vocational training, we'll look at 3 moments: access, conditions of admission, possibilities for referral and derivation, educational practice, what happens in the programs and how this can favor students' continuity in association with future studies, and then graduation, the exit from the program, the occupational opportunities and occupational integration opportunities. At this time, we believe that what we're seeing is how students link up with their professions, with what they're doing in educational practice, the meaning that it has, their expectations, and their link with any educational area or program. And I will try to address the first two. First, access or admissions. 4 factors I'd like to touch on here. One that has to do with the personal and social circumstances of the student. And at the sociological level, we know how much of an influence this has on their itinerary, where they're from, what their intentions are. This is the first area that we have researched, especially from the standpoint of educational equality. We know that there are groups who are in itineraries that have more to do with social equality, social to prevent social exclusion. A second area of work addresses the organizational, systemic, and cultural factors of the educational system, because we know that these different areas do have a bearing on the social realities and the different levels of vocational training. And we're not just interested in the social ramifications of vocational training, as we heard from that student saying we're tired of being referred to as second-rate students. It's not just that factor, but ensuring that we always put them in touch with the most relevant information and content in their education to truly distinguish themselves from any ideas of mediocrity or second-rate education. As Karma said, we must take an in-depth look at this. This is one of the areas that we highlight the most. And then the very proposal of vocational training itself. This is the initial level at which we want to strike a balance between compensation and opportunity. Vocational training is not mandatory. There's a process of engagement. And sometimes the levels that are mandatory, students are engaging in them because they have no other choice. We must look into those cases and see what has happened. And our question is, can this mandatory vocational training prevent dropouts? That's another topic that we have addressed in our vocational training. VET and then intermediate programs on the other. Right off, we know that there is a selection process, although we know that the selection processes have a great deal of influence from personal and family factors. Above all, we want to see the differences in the different itineraries based on the point of entry for the student. As we've seen with interviews with the students, we believe that there are differences if a student is in mandatory vocational training or intermediate programs, different processes there. And one of the differences has to do with our relationship with knowledge. To do mandatory vocational training, sometimes we adapt the level, but in the intermediate level, sometimes we find that there's been too much adaptation and the student is not prepared. We must work to see how to maintain the quality of our educational practices, adapt it, but without renouncing content. And in training our professors and teachers, we must bear this in mind. And then after access or admission, we look at orientation and guidance. We visit schools and draw up profiles of students as we've observed them, students that can recognize that they are of the mechanics program, but what is the criteria that has been followed to refer them into mechanics? Is it based on their expectations or the students or the professor's expectations? This is a very interesting area for research, how this can condition their relationship with their vocational training family. And the fourth area, following admissions and guidance, the offering of each school in each territory. And we study this from two angles. First, the difference between rural and urban centers, as we did in Valencia, studying it in the city of Valencia, but also along the coast and the hinterland. Depending on where you are, you have certain limitations. Also political factors or mobility programs that can facilitate the students from other areas or being able to go wherever you want. And then adjustment to offer and how this has an effect in the territory. And how in Valencia, we are training for the entire territory, not just in the administration training, but adjusting to the full range of opportunities that will exist in the future in Valencia, and thinking of educational programs, as I'm sure my other panelists will also mention. It is educational practicals or internship, not renouncing content, setting limitations in terms of how each discipline can be worked on by the student, ensuring the quality of contents and also ensuring their continuity. We must also think or attempt to avoid the idea of opposition between theory and practice, as if practice was diametrically opposed to theory, how this theory only belongs to pre-university programs and practicals belong to vocational programs. That is not the case. We must unite the two and see how this can be done through our research and hope to continue these efforts in the future.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now on to Dr. Merino. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me. Someone said earlier that vocational training is secondary in the school system, that it's considered so, but it is a very important area of study as well. So I prepared this presentation trying to answer four main questions. Four questions. How many drop out? Why? Where? And how? I'm going to use data from the Department of Education for Catalonia, and also I'm going to use data from another study done across Spain. Let's focus on how many. There's this study where we find that 17% don't promote from first to second grade. And it depends on the neighborhood and the family, mainly. So this 17% rises up to 24% in sports grades and drops clearly in IT grades. So these dropouts are not homogeneous. Then we have other data that gives a third of students in intermediate programs that don't finish their programs. Who? We know how there's a trend for students to drop out, but let me share a piece of information. The previous school results are very important because 17% of the students I was mentioning that are coming directly from secondary compulsory education goes up to 30% in the case of students that left the compulsory education early. And so that leads to twofold, like the likelihood for them to drop out doubles. And then we have students that come after dropping out of baccalaureate courses. And so they don't finish the studies and switch to vocational training. They are less likely of dropping out of vocational training. Why do students drop out? 50% of them, we have not very clear information, but 14% drop out because they change studies. It's not necessarily that they drop out, but that they switch to a different line of studies. I don't have the information here now, but we don't know what other studies they follow. Yeah, some switch schools because their families move. some drop out because they don't feel they don't like what their studies, and some other students leave because of employment reasons. From the 28% that drop out, 40% say that they have found a job. That is one of the main reasons. So they say that there's a lot of work, and they don't feel like keeping on studying. 15% say they drop out to look for a job. This is their main reason. There might be other reasons as well. 14% drop out because of personal reasons, and with 8% say because they don't like what they're studying or they are too tired. These reasons can be combined, etc. What are the consequences of this all? First, is this for good, or as they say in Finland, a country that I recently visited, it is because they are discontinuous students, maybe. Out of the 30% dropouts, 14%, it's not a huge figure, but 14% go back to school 2 years later, either to do an intermediate program or even an advanced program. And the other major question for which I don't have any answers, maybe some colleagues do, has to do with access to employment and to working conditions as well. And in Catalonia, they ran a very interesting survey about incorporation to employment. But one very important thing is what happens when students drop out the first week, whether they drop out the first week after practices, 3 months later, etc., etc. And so the consequences of the moment of dropping out are important as well. First, we need more and better data to understand this phenomenon. We don't know enough about what's going on. For instance, the option students follow has an impact on them dropping out? Most probably it does, but we don't have the figures. Second outcome is, are we talking about dropouts or discontinuation in their studies? What can we do to open our doors and be more flexible for these students not to drop out for good and come back to school? Third, I fully agree with Miriam. It is very important for students to be able to go to the school. For many years, often has been said that those that go to vocational training are the worst students, and that is a major challenge. And the fourth challenge has to do with retention. Once our students come to vocational training, we have to retain them. We have to regulate access to jobs, etc., etc. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for sticking to the time and for your words. Now, we are going to give the floor to Professor Silvia Carrasco. Can you hear me? I would keep on listening to our colleagues. They are the real experts, and I'm here replacing a colleague. But I am going to participate in the next panel. But it is really fascinating to see how, with the little data we have, or the things we can do. The data we have are fragmented. There's many different ways of compiling this data. So we need qualitative research. And so first, no data. Second, I have also been a vocational training teacher for just 5 years before doing my PhD. I was a teacher in all levels of the education system, and I taught English in an intermediate and advanced vocational training program. And I have wonderful memories. I worked with, I think it was 100% boys, and these kids were hurt by the system. And this is an important idea that we have to retain, because we have to cure this injury caused by the system that is there from a very early stage. I want to mention just 5 ideas about foreign students in Spain. So we have the second largest dropout rate after Malta. And on top of that, we have the largest polarization between national and foreign students. And this is awful, because this is creating a social ethnical stratification in our society, with very important consequences for the migration project. And we have many students from other countries already, so this is important. According to data from an article we published about foreign students and early dropout risks, this is an invisible problem. No one is mentioning this, because it's totally accepted. People say, of course, they can be happy if they just finished compulsory education. So taking figures from the ministry, in 2018, we focused on the gender, nationality, and just to give some figures, from 8 to 24, so dropout rates for national girls was 10%, for boys 20%, and for foreign, so for male students born outside Spain, it was 48%. This is especially severe for foreign students, considering the twofold function of education that has to do with giving them access to employment, but also to help them be members of the host society. And so this percentage is very high already in the society, but for this specific group is especially severe. And how many studies have been done about this issue? None at all. We, of course, take into account origin in our research, but there's been no single project to see what's happening in terms of stratification. So We started out a project that turned into different projects. First, we wanted to compare 9 projects. We had funding from the Barcelona provincial government focusing on Sabadell. And then we tested some tools in 9 schools. But when we do research, we need to focus on what we did was focusing on risk, not on the phenomenon of dropping out, but on the risk for students to drop out. And the perception of receiving support from teachers for this specific group was the most important factor. To feel that someone thinks that you can follow a pathway that has expectations for you and that supports you was determined, was very, very important. For those invisible students, because very often not prevention is done for these students, they are invisible. And out of these, some 20 students, or 40% of boys and 33% of girls at risk of dropping out. That has to do with national origin, but also with social background. And so those expectations were very, very important for their success. So there's the twofold framework of reference where some students feel that they didn't have opportunities at their in their country, and then they see that those expectations are not met here. And so among these students, very many feel to be invisible, and teachers don't have expectations for them. They feel that they won't graduate. I don't believe, I'm not saying that this is what teachers think, but this is what students feel their teachers think. And so this is something we have to highlight, because this is very important. Laia studied students from sub-Saharan Africa, where dropping out of secondary compulsory education was considered to be normal, but we cannot accept it like that. And so vocational training is a lifeline for many students. That is the feeling. And so students will be qualified and trained workers unlike their parents. And that is very, very important to encourage students to keep on studying and not dropping out. And so here we are referring to students that can feel frustrated due to all these circumstances. And so the only goal and the only reason for the families to migrate can be frustrated if they find themselves in this situation. And to wrap up, Rafa, I very much agree with what you said, because in our qualitative analysis, we saw that there were students that would go back to school. That is not easy to go back to school after dropping out. All of them would go back to vocational training. None of them would go back to high school, to baccalaureate. But when they went back to school, despite all the injuries, what pushed those students to go back to school was to feel that there were teachers that trusted they could do well. But one thing that we cannot ignore is that some students go back to school after 25. And there are many of these boys and girls that after turning 25 have gone back to school. We don't know much about this. We have just a few data, but I think this is important. And let me wrap up. I don't know how much time I have left, but let me finish by saying one thing that I know one of the organizers won't agree with. I've directed many dissertations. One of my students has done the best and only PhD dissertation about vocational training dropouts. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Silvia. Now on to Professor Aina Tarabini. I'm the last to speak, and so I was writing down so many things, and it's difficult for me to speak the last. So what I'm going to do is to explain how some students decide to join an intermediate vocational training program. In our research group, we've participated in EducoSETSA program to analyze this choice. I'm referring to intermediate vocational training, but I believe it's not possible to understand what's going on there without taking into account what happens in baccalaureate programs and its role in educational transition programs. And so I'm referring to the intermediate programs because very often we speak of vocational training as if it was just one single thing. No, there are different reasons why students follow the baccalaureate pathway or vocational training. And so today I'm going to be focusing on how on students that choose intermediate programs seeing themselves as students, but as the less smart students. And so in our research and in many other studies, it is highlighted how when students choose intermediate vocational training programs, they often do because they feel they are not good students, especially, and also that they feel they don't have enough theoretical knowledge. And so three main traits that explain how this identity is established. This also has to do with other factors, but this is what I'm going to be touching on. First, the program. I fully agree with what's been said. Our education system from primary establishes a hierarchy of different types of knowledge and offers false choices. There is academic and theoretical knowledge, and it is considered as quality and valuable knowledge, and practical and applied knowledge disappears, and it's just a kind of knowledge for those who do not acquire theoretical knowledge. This is not something for everybody, only for those that do not well enough with theoretical knowledge. And so there's different education pathways, and if you weren't good with academic knowledge, you won't follow one path but the other. On top of that, vocational training is totally missing in primary and secondary education. So how are you to choose vocational training in a positive way, if you didn't have any chances to try that out, you didn't have any chances to try different competencies, theoretical competencies, manual competencies, etc. So it is very important to rethink compulsory secondary education curricula so as vocational training and trades have a presence in compulsory education. And it is also important to consider that the mind and the hands are necessary for all professions. When a surgeon uses their hands, there's prestige attached to that, unlike when it's a mechanic who uses their hands. Teaching methods have been mentioned as well, and there are some teaching practices that not always are good for students. Leaving aside the utilitarian approach to learning, it is important for teaching to make sense for students. This is important in all education stages, and that is something that teachers in all levels have to take into account, because teachers, professors are not just experts in theory, etc. We are there to support our students, and what we are teaching has to connect with our students' lives and needs. And so very often there's a false dichotomy between teaching and supporting, and both are necessary. And we need to make sure that we have a demanding curriculum for everybody, but at the same time, it has to connect with everybody. As Miriam said, knowledge is not neutral. For the curriculum to be interesting, this is not something that is neutral either. There are ways of distributing students according to their perceived capacities, and this is something that we need to challenge in the Catalan education system, because we all know that there's not just less demanding curricula for those students that we think can do less, and so teachers push those students to vocational training at the end of the day. And there are some teaching practices. I'm not accusing anyone. There are wonderful professionals doing wonderful professional tutoring, but we know that in our system, tutoring is failing. And so many students know that if they don't have good academic outcomes, they're going to end up in vocational training. But they are going to end up there as a negative consequence. They know that if they are not good students, they are going to end up there. That is a message they receive constantly. And so it is hard to move to an intermediate vocational training being perceived as good students. And there is a false equivalence between baccalaureate and intermediate vocational training. I fully agree with Miriam, because regardless of whether we are referring to compulsory or non-compulsory education, baccalaureate and vocational training needs to provide basic skills, because we are still training citizens, and it is easier to go to baccalaureate than to vocational training. You have more career and professional opportunities we know how if you just pass your grades, you have access to any baccalaureate school, unlike what happens with vocational training. And it is easier to choose baccalaureate than vocational training. And I remember how student we recently interviewed, he would say, no, my mom didn't want me to go to vocational training because baccalaureate has a name, it exists, you know how it works. And so these identities don't come out of the blue, and we have to take into account the structures, the frameworks that contribute to these ideas. And some of the students that don't drop out of vocational training resignify themselves and their identity in a place where for the first time in their life, they get to feel that they are useful as well. And so we need to be very aware how skills, competencies, preferences are built in specific contexts, in specific relations. And so the teaching curriculum and relational conditions can lead to different preferences and competencies. Thank you.
Gràcies per la teva intervenció. No, cap problema.
Thank you for that. Thanks to all of you for staying on time. And I just wanted to convey a couple questions. And obviously, if you have any questions or remarks of your own, feel free to bring those up, as we've stayed so well on time. First thing I'd like to ask is, between the didactic practicals or goal-based practicals, what aspects could favor continuity and not dropping out by students? Based on the last research study we did, a longitudinal study, what we are seeing is one of the factors that can favor continuity is engagement. Engagement with the actual profession makes sense. I am linked with what I'm studying. I'm engaged with it, and I see the real future possibilities in it. As for best practices in vocational training, I would say, what is a best practice in education in general, in any context? In mandatory secondary education, we talk about specialization without overlooking matters, civic matters, citizenship matters. And also, as we look at second opportunity programs, there are some things that change automatically, such as the student to teacher ratio. If the classes are smaller, it's easier to connect with these students. Also, the classroom atmosphere factors to facilitate engagement, the possibility to accompany the student, for them to feel recognized within the educational context and positively recognized and acknowledged, not just as when they are groups, they only receive attention when something wrong happens. As for methods, we prefer active methodology that involves the engagement of the student, that they be engaged, involved in everything that is being done in the classroom, that they participate, that they connect with the interests, but that they see that education has meaning for their future profession, that they be clearly linked to the future trade or profession. And this false dichotomy between theory and practice, a good professional in any area has practical skills, but they must be based on criteria of the profession. They could be based on mechanics, but also with social factors, sociological factors. And therefore, we need that theoretical work to be done. The two cannot be separated. The dichotomy is a false one because the practice is always based on theory. As for educational practices, I would highlight being able to adapt to the student's pace, but also, as I said before, we should never renounce content. We would not renounce them in other contexts, but it's because we know that the content is necessary for the profession. And as for educational organization, we've seen in our research the atmosphere of the school, how the VT student is integrated within the school. When we research and we visit schools where the secondary schools where VT is offered, sometimes the VT classrooms are far away from the rest of the school. They're in the school, but they're not integrated in the school. We think this kind of inclusion is important. And from what we've seen, the secondary schools or integrated schools that offer VT facilitate integration more and focus more on students having good relations among themselves. And if the student to professor ratio is low, that also makes things easier. Then guidance, orientation, how this must be strengthened. One person working as a guidance counselor for an entire school does not work. We need more counselors. And also, not just preparation for a profession, but stability at the school, that the professors feel like they have stability in their schools. If there's a lot of moving around from one school to another, that also affects students. That's a political matter. It's not just about students and teachers, but this stability and continuity has a positive effect, if it's done right, on students and their future. Very well. Thank you for that. How do you think we can improve expectation management among students? Professor Merino. Well, how much will you pay me if I give you that answer? Just kidding. But let's expand our outlook a bit before I answer that. I think that the professional or vocational training always runs up against a problem, a dilemma, if you will, and it is the following. It could be training more or less equal to baccalaureate and therefore deserves all the necessary resources and structure and so forth that baccalaureate has. Or VT is like a life preserver, a life raft. Neither model is completely appropriate, and it all depends on how you define and how you set up these models. So with the data that I presented, that's why I was pointing to students who come from baccalaureate who quote unquote fail, who drop out of baccalaureate, are students who tend to do best in VT. And those that come from basic secondary education or other origins have more difficulties. Some years ago, I did a seminar with VT professors, and they said this university preparation is not just done in mandatory education. It must be done in a more diverse way. So the expectation of those who come from baccalaureate must be at the same level as those who come from other origins. But also expectations, let me say, depend on the goal of that young person. Because VT can have different goals, different roles, if you will. The most obvious goal may be to find work, but not all young people are signing up for VT to find a job. Some get the intermediate degree to move on to the advanced degree, and some 80% of those that finish the intermediate degree want to continue with the advanced program. So expectations are quite different from those who do the intermediate program just to get a job as soon as possible. So you're managing different kinds of expectations in VT. So I don't know if that's a proper answer, but those would be the first thoughts that come to mind. Okay, thank you for that. And these expectations change, don't they, throughout a student's pathway? Of course they do. They are not static. Very good. Now, another question. Based on what you said, what came to mind, and this is a huge question, answer as best you can. I'm sure you will charge me dearly for this, but along the same lines of what I asked Miriam, what are the practices, what are the policies that you think could be applied to favor the group that you were mentioning, this very specific group? Are there any political or practical educational factors or policies or practices that could favor the kinds of groups that you were touching on? Well, we always answer the same thing to this question. The truth is, what we must take into account is for teachers to move on beyond the idea of deficits and shortcomings that for many years that I've been researching in education, in this field, education, migration, and I always come up against teachers who say they don't speak the language, but they do speak, don't they? It seems like they are unable to speak at all, but that's not the case. They have a lot of knowledge, very advanced knowledge, and not just theoretical, but also practical knowledge of implementations, meetings, of multilingual approaches that don't require the separation of students based on their linguistic knowledge level. It can be done based on their professional skills, and oftentimes this segregation has to do with whether or not they have certain linguistic skills. That is absurd. It is unfair because we are denying them the possibility to really receive the education and move forward with language. You not only learn the language, but a number of other academic registers. So we're finding this widespread attitude among teachers. That is an initial barrier. We must know that in Catalonia, we have a lot of professionals and successful practices of including and exposure to a truly interesting curriculum, not just some mediocre curriculum, something just hands-on with no cognitive or educational challenge. Many teachers continue to think that this is impossible. So we need to adjust the attitudes among our professors and teachers. Another has to do with mentoring, peer-to-peer mentoring. It's been done not just with foreign students, but at-risk students, social risk students, those that are overrepresented. There are foreign students overrepresented here, but the role of the teacher is also key here. Teachers must believe in their educational mission. Oftentimes they don't believe in it. And then they must understand one thing. What is in the student's mind? They must understand the importance of them remaining in the educational system to make effective a program that goes beyond the students, that touches on their families. And oftentimes they think it's not there, that it is not identified, but it is identified. It is there between the student and their family. So I think that the key, obviously I'm not among those who think that the teachers are just these isolated wise people. No, they need further training. They need more resources. There need to be more people working to support these schools who can accompany these students and work based on the strengths of these students, which are often overlooked at schools, or schools think that they're a burden and they don't have anything to offer them. That's not the case. Thank you for that. Aina, now, I was listening to you, and what came to mind was, what do you think are the key elements to guarantee a bond between students and school throughout their entire educational career? Well, it's very easy to answer. To tell you the truth, the four panelists up here in Karma all share an outlook on engagement that we did not come up with. It is a school engagement model based on 3 factors, and that is often thought of as a single factor, a behavioral evolution. Yes, it is important, the behavioral evolution, but also the cognitive engagement and emotional engagement. If we think of engagement, it has to be based on these 3 factors. Let me begin with the last one. Again, we have a false dichotomy. The emotional engagement means that you form part of that space, that you feel good there. I don't know, someone said, I believe it was Karma, when she talked about the best practices of field trips and outings, and she said, these can be good bonding opportunities. And that's true. And let me get off the topic a bit. Earlier, they mentioned the faculty. The well-being of the students goes hand in hand with the well-being of the faculty. The well-being of the faculty has to do with stability, but also other things. The possibility to build teams, to feel like their practice forms part of an overall project. This engagement, this emotional well-being for other things to be possible is fundamental. The cognitive evolution, when I was listening to Sylvia, listening to the cognitive challenges, or karma, talked about the demands, the demanding quality, that cognitive engagement, that you know that what you're doing makes sense, that you're not wasting your time, that when you learn a procedure, that you know what it's for, and the behavioral engagement, as Rafa used that image, and we've done so as well at other centers, images that you choose that lead you to think. And oftentimes the school is thought of as a prison, as a place where you can't be yourself, where your behavior is controlled by someone else. We must promote this kind of engagement. And oftentimes we're in confrontation. Since we're in such bad shape in education in this country with scarce resources and understaffed, we're always at each other's throats. Obviously, we can take models from outside ours, but in societies with poverty, exclusion, inequality, all of this falls on the shoulders of the educational community. But with this story of, oh, we can't do anything until everything else changes. Well, things must be done outside the educational system, but also inside. Macro projects, financing, stability, the profile of our staffing, but also more middle level and micro actions. What educational programs do we implement? What do we put into practice? How do we educate and guide our students? And how do we create educational environments? Clearly, some settings are more complicated than others. School segregation must not be overlooked in this country. The work done by some educators to get to the end of the day is colossal in some cases. But we must have school settings that generate well-being for everyone, to be able to learn and carry out your educational work. It's that simple. As students and teachers, we often face situations of impossibility, of having to choose between these dichotomies, which are false, but you find yourself with them when you're working at a school where your students are passing out from hunger. Obviously, your educational goals have to be left for another day. When you are an intermediate program teacher and your students don't have the level of even a 6th grade education, it's you have a lot of work just to get through the week. So how can you do the theoretical and practical things that VT requires when there is such a huge shortcoming, such a huge gap in some of the students? But financing, staffing, training, the fight against segregation, elements that at different levels cause inequality instead of opportunities, and an improper environment in which to teach and learn. And this is clearly fundamental to be rectified, as it's unfair for students and teachers. And it's only a result of the social and political conflicts that we face nowadays in this country. Can I mention one more thing? Yes, of course. I was sorry for the panel to finish without discussing this subgroup. The most affected subgroup by school dropouts are the Gypsy community. And following the effects of the COVID pandemic, with this intermittent schooling and all of the problems that have come with COVID, all the problems, all the inequalities that came to the surface during this period in which distance learning was used, all of these things have only caused the Gypsies to remain further behind. And the indicators that had begun to improve just a bit, and I have no doubt that COVID will make for a regression in those factors in Catalonia as well. They were already the most affected group by dropouts. And there are still some dropouts from primary school among the gypsies. Dropping out occurs throughout mandatory secondary education, even when they're about to finish secondary education and pass secondary education. We must not forget this, the affectation of the Rom community, the Gypsy community. I did not want this panel to end without a special mention for them. Thank you very much. Let's go with another round of questions. How important is guidance, the guidance process, considering students' expectations vis-a-vis proximity of the school or the school specialization? As we were talking about this earlier, we must remember that there are different processes. When we talk about BT, it's not counseling, it's placement. In Valencia, you go there because you're practically in an educational exclusion situation. If the reason you go there is your exclusion, your disengagement from the school that you should be going to, that's the first context to bear in mind. As for the referral context that we see in this mandatory BT, there could be many causes in behavioral cognitive terms, and also in the intermediate programs. It has to do with the school's offering, and that may be positive, as you know what the center does, and you know the people who work there and the teachers and so forth. But you don't ask, do you really want to study healthcare? Do you really want to study administration and management, or would you like to study something else? Are you studying this because you have travel difficulties and you won't be able to change your municipality? You won't be able to commute, or also this is often on the outskirts, as it is in Valencia, in marginalized neighborhoods, vulnerable neighborhoods. And it may be that the students just can't commute anywhere else and they have to go there because it's the closest thing. As for guidance, we must recognize that the figure of guidance counselor is severely understaffed. We need more of them. It's a process of accompanying the student. To what extent does the student participate in the criteria to receive guidance? Are they asked what they want to do? How do you envision your future? How would you like to integrate yourself occupationally? Does the student participate in that decision? I don't know how it's done here, but in Valencia, we have a secondary education counselor, advisor, and then they are derived to someone else. But does the student take part in the work of that? Excuse me, it's a counseling committee. The counseling committee then derives them. So does the student take part in that committee's work? We don't know. It's a matter of expectations and the effort that you're going to make to study, that it makes sense for you, because the decisions on what to study and what not to study, we have to renounce things, we have to weigh the pros and cons, whether or not it's worthwhile to make this investment in time and effort. In the end, it's a matter of including the student in the guidance decision process. And these are different processes. One is education, one is guidance. Can I add something else? Yes. Miriam, what you say seems very important to me for two reasons. Let's see what you think. One, I think that kids have no idea what they want to do when they are only 16. And sometimes the risk when you talk about guidance, it's like they're already doing guidance when they're 3 years old. We have to be careful. The question is, can we postpone some decisions, because we're making decisions at a very early age that really condition kids' lives? I agree with Rafa about pathways, but it's also very difficult to reconcile those pathways. As for asking a kid what they want to do, they have no idea. A lot of students in baccalaureate say, I just don't know, but the artistic things have to do with a different part of the brain, and it's easy to discard that. But going to an intermediate program with all of the opportunities that lie there, they really have no idea. And as for mobility, one thing that we found in our research, at first we didn't really attach much importance to mobility, but when we began to interview people who, you know, in a city like Barcelona with the underground system, you can be anywhere in the city in 30 minutes. But mobility is not just physical, it's also symbolic. And another very important thing that you said, what is the offering that exists in your neighborhood? It's not the same offering that you'll have in Sarrià, a so-called well-to-do neighborhood, as it is in No Badris, a more working class neighborhood. It has to do with your neighborhood, your family. Our students in No Badris go to do the intermediate program in La Mina, marginalized area, or they don't go to Gracia, a more well-off area, because they don't have what they want to study there. So there are always costs, the costs of opportunities, but also feeling like you belong in that area, because sometimes you may go to an area to study where the people are not like you. Okay, we have to wrap up, but you can still take the floor. Yes, just to be a bit controversial. Young people don't know what to do when they're 16. Well, maybe they do, maybe they don't. Some do, some don't. It's also important to know and acknowledge that there are many students who do know what they want to do. When they enter VT, it's very clear. And two professional families in the case of Barcelona have the relationship between supply and demand is there's more demand. Video DJ, music, and I'm sorry, one other. So it's easy to counsel toward those programs as there's more demand than supply. And then what we call the push factors. The system can expel the students at some points, but we are also missing the pull part. 50% because they found work. There's a lot of interaction. Sometimes they get bored, they begin to look for work and so forth. But there's another important matter, because the risk of placing all of the emphasis, and I say, let's not assign the blame, but it appears that everything is up to the teachers and schools. But what about the job market? Let's include that in the equation. And let's think of mechanisms that would prevent too early integration into the job market. It's because maybe before 1998, the work that we had in VT, it was too easy to find work, so to speak. We have to think about the job market. And this idea of the school as a prison, I think it was expressed among 30% of the students who saw their school as a prison. I don't know if that's a lot or not much, but those students, when they dropped out, had a sensation of being freed. Going back to the expectations, you'd think, well, then go ahead and leave if you need to leave to be free. But it's also, let's also make it easy for them to return. Yes, one final remark. Prisons, freedom. This also forms part of the unfinished work of research, and it's something that we always regret because we haven't addressed this specifically. But it's to look clearly at what happens to young women. Oftentimes they're overlooked, but in the transition to the job market, it has nothing to do with that. They may have very high levels, and then we are seeing it in the initial levels of the job market. That's one thing. When you talk about prisons and freedom, it does make sense what you're saying, but we always run into the same things, mobility, all these factors. But there has been a very unique experience with female students, not because I keep studying, not necessarily because I like it, but because it's the space with the most equality compared to the rest of my family, community, and social settings. And this is something that we haven't looked into enough, but it can be a reason to stay. We must take it into account, basically, to see if the Catalan government sponsors a study on that, and we will deliver some promising results.
Now on to the coordinators, as I believe they have a number of questions. Clara, anyone from the audience would like to ask a question? Good morning. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentations. We work with the University of Valencia and the Barcelona University and Barcelona Autonomous University. Had a look at the research done on vocational training, and we saw that it could be improved. It didn't have much economic support, and there were very few research groups. And so you mentioned the main challenges in the field you are researching, but I would like to ask you about the challenges for doing continuous research about the factors you mentioned, but also maybe about other factors. So my name is Mónica Munso, and I'm in charge of the research center, and we've been doing research on these topics for 5 years. We have a data observatory using secondary sources, but let me just mention one interesting thing. There's the employment information that is very useful because our labor market is hiring non-qualified people, and so it's absorbing unqualified workers, unlike other European countries. And so what our question is, what are the advantages for someone that graduated from intermediate vocational training as compared to someone who didn't graduate? Thank you very much. Please try and be short in your answers because there are many questions in the audience. We can group the questions and listen to them, and then we'll answer at the end. Any more questions? At the end of the room, Mr. Antonio Martinez. Good morning. My name is Antonio Martinez. I am the president of retired teachers from public education. So my question is this: what do students know about the jobs they are going to end up having after following their vocational training programs? Any other question? Good morning. My name is Maria Diaz. I'm a vocational training guide. I do guidance or orientation, and I wanted to ask whether there's been any research done about the students' origin before accessing vocational training, because it's very different whether the students come from a baccalaureate pathway or from any other pathways. Thank you. More questions? No? All right. On to you. I can start very briefly. First question. Thank you so much for your question. I'm going to be brief, and our main challenge is to do longitudinal research. It is very expensive, and that's why we don't have such research. There's some research done in 2006, but there's a couple of retrospective surveys, but the main challenge we are facing is a lack of longitudinal studies to identify the changes, the transition, and to see the impact of access. I shared a piece of information that says that the way students access to vocational training conditions whether they're going to drop out or not. You were saying that it's wrong to compare vocational training certificates and baccalaureate certificates. And how about those who have studied some parts of the vocational training program, but they didn't get their certificate? Maybe we need to rethink the concept of failure. And for that, we need also to have a look at the companies that hire these students. I might enter into contradiction with myself. We are referring to the age of 16, and I mentioned music, sports, and there are some components that students don't really know, but they link. A good raw material to work on is this interest. There's mechanical process vocational training with the students that have a lot of job opportunities. And that is why they choose that. Who wants to be a truck driver? Well, there's a lot to be done here to bring together the interests of students and the needs of the market. I'm going to try and answer to the first and last questions. And I believe that one thing that we need to look into further is to identify the teaching needs, or sorry, training needs of teachers. We need to identify these needs and define the competencies profile of teachers currently, which has changed a lot as compared to the needs 10 years ago. There are different pathways that go hand in hand and change. And so I believe it would be interesting to dig deeper in this field. And going back to the third question, I believe we need to take into account the necessary competencies to give to answer to diversity that is more and more important in our schools. I'm referring to all types of diversity, of course, age diversity, etc. As for the necessary knowledge for students, I think this was the second question. It is important for the students to know the content, the training content of the courses and programs they want to follow, because very often they just read the titles and then those students visited the school in the open day and they read the title of the program and made their own idea, but it is important for them to read and receive the information about what they are going to be doing, and maybe they can meet former students or students that are in those programs, because otherwise sometimes there's a lack of adjustment between expectations and what is done, and then it leads to dropping out. As for research, we need a new strategic research framework in Catalonia and, if possible, in Spain, because the conditions for research in Spain are awful, and there's a huge hierarchy in the academia. In academia, some people have a lot of funds and some others don't have funds at all. And we are in a very difficult situation with a lot of precariousness. Not all research is valued equally. And you need to write in English for a journal that no teacher is going to read ever. And when you write your research in Catalan for teachers, it is because of your commitment. And our teaching practice, the foundation very often is our commitment. And so these conditions are very important. As for jobs, I think it is very important what you said. And let me refer to very important issues. I think we shouldn't be so concerned with what we're going to do when we work. Teachers very often get anxious because I don't know what I'm going to do when I go to school. Of course, you're here to learn, and you'll do that when you go to a classroom. And so here we need to kind of imagine what's going to be about, and the school has to give you training resources to try and test, because otherwise people end up following external things. For instance, DJ, it's good for young people, but who follows art baccalaureate? People from artistic background that had the chance to test their artistic skills. And the school, not only primary school, but the school system has to offer the opportunity to try and imagine what's it all about, because otherwise people choose according to what they don't know or from alien information. And so it's not only about getting to know how the job is going to be, but how you come closer to this professional environment. And I think it is important to take into account education and learning needs. The system is constantly deciding whether we have to offer a safety network or the vocational training is going to be at the same level as baccalaureate, where currently students with specific needs are in intermediate vocational training, and there is no diversity included here. So that is a little bit problematic. Regarding knowledge, there's something prior to that. As an anthropologist, I have to mention this. And I think we are not aware of something that is going on because we think in the way we did when we were students. The productive structure now is very different to the one we had 20, 30 years ago. And in our project in Sabadell, in the second stage of this project, we visited different schools, and those students visited companies, and they got to see what people in their city lived from, because in the past there were many factories, garment industry, and people were very close to trades on their everyday life. But now it is very difficult for them to know what their parents actually do when they are filling out a questionnaire. And so what do people do? There's people on TV series, but there's no information about what people do currently. And so there is a huge distance between the education system and the social and labor context. And if we aren't aware of that, we can't solve this. And then we cannot imagine. So thank you so much. I think these last words are a fantastic bridge for the next, to the next panel. There's many comments in the chat box, but this panel has led to a very rich discussion. So thank you very much.
Bé, doncs, com bé dèiem, aquesta
As I was saying, the last words lead us to the second panel. So as the previous panelists were saying,
doncs, com bé dèiem, no? Que el que ens deia la recerca, que hem de lligar cada cop més, no? Que el teixit
it is important
del territori, el teixit
to
empresarial
take into account the needs of the companies in our area. That is something that education departments looks into, and we have to orient our students to what they have in their territory, to the needs of the companies. And this is done by foundations and social partners in the territory. And so now we are going to have a look at experiences for prevention, local and international experiences. Thank you very much to the people that are participating online and asking questions. And thank you so much, as I was saying, to those people that are following from abroad. The first speaker is Irene Psifidou, an expert from CEDEFOP. She is the director of the FP, a vocational training program in CEDEFOP, and has directed and coordinated two very important tools to fight dropout, a VET toolkit and also a tool to empower students or young people without training or education. They are available at the FOP, have been used by different European institutions and organizations in a very successful way. And so Irene Psifidou is going to talk about how to promote an inclusive vocational training. Welcome, Irene, and you have the floor. Is Irene with us? Yeah, sure. Can you hear me? Yes, loud and clear. Thank you, Irene. Good morning, good afternoon. When I started preparing my presentation, I got this clip from YouTube, a very interesting video clip because it helped me prepare my introduction to my words. The panelist was saying that the narrative about education is a negative narrative because when you look up the word scholar or student in Google, and the hits give you information about failure when education is the solution. It's not a problem. And then if you Google the word teacher, then you'll see information about teachers' strike, teachers' vacation, teachers' depression, and teachers' stress. And so an alien might think, well, these teachers are pretty weird. How are they depressed if they are always on strike or on vacation? Well, European institutions, CEDEFOP, European organizations spend a lot of time trying to change this narrative, and the Commission has put forward a proposal about pathways to school success. And at CEDEFOP, we speak about protective factors for success rather than about risk factors for school failure or dropout. But if you Google in Catalan, fracàs, failure, or abandonament, school dropout, then you'll find the research done by the guest panelists. So it's a great pleasure, and I'm very proud to be sharing this conference with them. And thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me. And so I'm going to be presenting European tools to promote inclusive VET. But give me a few seconds here to share my slides. Just a sec. Can you see these slides correctly? Can you please confirm that you see the slides correctly? Anyone? Yes? Awesome. Tackling early school leave has been one of the main goals of European cooperation in education during different decades, and the new goal for 2030 is to bring school dropout below 9%. And as you can see on the graph, currently we are at a 9.9 European average. So we are pretty close to reaching our strategic goal, and there's still 8 years until 2030. So we can relax a little bit because this means that 1 out of 10 students don't finish their secondary education, and they don't acquire basic competencies. And in Spain, well, in the Basque Country, there's a very low dropout rate, but in Catalonia and the Balearic Islands, the rate is very high, well above the Spanish average. As Oscar Mas said this morning, men have higher dropout rates than women. And this doesn't say anything about those dropping out of vocational training. There's no information about that. And it's concerning. COVID-19 and school closing and the wave of refugees coming from Ukraine has had an impact also in this. And so, what do we do at CEDEFOP? We do research to promote vocational training in Europe. So we do research because we want to shape education policies based on evidence. We support high-level working groups at the European Union from all member countries. We promote cooperation and mutual learning or peer learning, and we run different webinars for all that is necessary in order to develop cooperation between the key partners that participate in designing and implementing vocational training policies. And we also develop interactive tools to support vocational training professionals and political decision makers. I wanted to show you this study. This is the first European study looking at the early school living in vocational training. Until this study was published, there was a lot of literature about the issue, but didn't look at vocational training Europe-wide. And so we didn't know what was going on with school living and vocational training. But let me refer mainly to the toolkits, virtual and online toolkits that we have put together to fight early school living. This toolkit was created in 2017, and it offers a number of resources for policymakers and vocational training professionals to prevent and intervene. And so all these resources are evidence-based, are based in the research that I showed earlier and in ongoing research. And so we analyze the needs and profiles of vulnerable young people. We share good practices and tools. We offer guidance as well for success. And let me touch on 3 interventions. They aren't the most important ones, the ones that we have just published this week. We are working on this constantly and improving our resources. And so this very week we published 3 interventions focusing on the psychosocial support for students and teachers of professional training, especially after the pandemic or during the pandemic. Another intervention has to do with the teacher training for inclusive education and teaching. And here we follow different directives on how vocational training teachers have to teach, what they have to take into account when designing teacher training policies in order to prepare them and to give them all the necessary resources for them to be inclusive, for them to implement inclusive teaching, and for them to support all students. Because to teach with an inclusive perspective helps not only the most vulnerable, but each and every student. And third, after the pandemic, we saw a huge transformation in all fields of education, in vocational training. And so we have new actions that focus on how we can use technological tools from an inclusive perspective. in a previous slide, I referred to a study from 2016, and there was mention also to another study about how when schools went online, the most vulnerable people were excluded and couldn't follow the educational process. And so this can lead them to dropping out from school.
Tanto para los formadores de políticas como
Here
para
are some elements for reflection by policymakers and BT professionals for evaluation and assessment tools we've seen over the 2 years in which we have studied designing policies to try to remedy BT dropouts. Most of the measures, most of the policies did not evaluate. There was not a monitoring, a comprehensive monitoring of these policies. We have found hundreds of these applied across Europe, yet very few that are evaluated to determine success factors, failure factors, and potential improvements of all activities. And as is known, dropping out of your studies can lead to a number of problems. This puts an individual at a high risk of social and professional exclusion. Therefore, students who neither work nor study nor are receiving training, the so-called ninis in Spanish, are and continue to be a problem throughout Europe. At CEFOP, we have developed a toolkit for empowering those who are not in employment, education, or training, the so-called NEETs, to empower them. Here you see the toolkit. I will not go into detail, but if you look at this slide, you can get an idea of the toolkit and the resources that we have. What I did not mention is that through these tools, we are attempting to disseminate and give a voice and presence to all national and regional projects that are being carried out in this field at the European level. Therefore, you will find there best practices such as the OrientaFP program and other projects that perhaps you've been involved in. And what are we working on now? This year, we've just launched a new survey among EU member states. The goal is to compile data on BT dropouts. The Eurostat data do not yet allow us to measure dropouts in different educational formats. We know the average European dropout rate, but we don't know whether the average dropout rate in Spain, that is how many drop out of BT and how many drop out of general education. And this is a key factor because if one means to develop policies that are aimed at mitigating the problem, you need proper data. Thus, we must make an effort that will be difficult and which we don't know whether it will be successful to compile data internationally. But we know that these data are very disparate. They are not always comparable, but we will make an effort to improve these data on BT dropouts throughout Europe. And also with the European Commission and other member states, we are working to create resources and directives that can help us include refugees in the European member states that receive them. The European Community of Ambassadors that was created and in which some of our speakers speakers participating in today's seminar participate. This is a key rule to design CEDEFOP's tools and resources to dream, envision, and achieve educational success. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I will stand by for any questions or remarks you may have. Thank you. Thank you, Irene, for that presentation. There's been a lot of feedback in the chat. We don't have a lot of time for those questions because we have many others who need to go in this block. If possible, we will convey those to you as we have many other speakers to go. Thank you, Irene, for participating in today's seminar and for all the work that you do at CEDEFOP. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. And now we are happy to host another international speaker, Jornades Idren, international project manager with a very long experience in cooperation. As we said, international cooperation, especially in inclusion and the social programs of the Västra Götaland region of Sweden. Jornades will present the V project, mainly based on integration into the job market of young people who lack resources. As we heard from the experts, what happens in certain neighborhoods, what is the offering, how to help them, how to advise them, how to counsel them. These are the things that Jornades Idren has been working on from her regional government through this project, an international project that was begun in 2020 and is financed by the European Social Funds. Basically, that project promotes the skills and professional and personal abilities of young people, and in accordance with those abilities and skills, they are matched to the job or occupational offering in their territory. Teresa, if you are with us, you may take the floor.
Hi there. Nice seeing you again. Thanks, Teresa, for being here with us today. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you, Maria. Thank you so much for inviting me to join this conference, this Congress. It has been very, very interesting to listen to all the presentations this morning and also the panelists. And well, it's really, really interesting. And I think that might be that what I have to say, my experience from this project will be some kind of a proof also to what the previous speakers have said. And we have tested a lot of new things of working with needs. I will share my presentation with you. Let's see here. Let's see. Can you see the presentation? Okay, can you see the presentation? I don't, please give me feedback if you see the first picture.
It is showing on the screen that I see. I'm the translator.
Okay, thank you so much.
I would say that they're seeing it as well.
Then I will continue. Sorry for that. Thank you. Well, as Maria said, we have been carrying out a large ESF-funded project in the western part of Sweden. And I will present some results and findings from this project. We have focused on youth dropouts and needs, and also we tell you how we worked to hire the motivation to re-enter education or vocational training and internships. And not the least, how cooperation between civil society and different authorities can strengthen this work. My name is Jornades Idren, and as Maria said, I've been working with international relations, big projects and integration of Region Västra Götaland. And right now I'm the project manager at the Folkhögskolan of Region Västra Götaland. And the folkhögskolor are on liberal adult education, and the region is the owner of 5 of these schools. The project name is Vi nos altres in Catalan, I think, because it is we, all of us together, who must work to tackle this very complex problem of school dropouts and how to make youth believe in their own future and have faith in their own abilities. The aim of the project has been to reach 1,000 individuals, 15 to 24 years old. But there are as many reasons for school dropouts as there are individuals, and we have tried to find some key elements on how to work in a more successful way. After 2 years with the V project, it actually ends now in June, and I'm in the middle of doing all the final reporting. So this is a break from my reporting, actually. Well, after 2 years, we do have results. And I understand that the system in Sweden differs a lot from the way the issue is handled in Spain, where the responsibility lies and where the challenges are. And as this Congress has a special focus on vocational training, I will highlight examples from just vocational training and our complementary activities linked to vocational training within this project. So the project is a collaboration between 19 municipalities, 2 association of local authorities, 2 adult education providers, 5 focus schools, 2 universities, Save the Children Sweden, and the project owner Region Västra Götaland. Actually, more than 30 organizations have worked together in this project. And the area in Western Sweden with this 19 municipalities has a population of 550,000 people, and 45,000 are in the age group 16 to 25. The largest city is Borås with 115,000 inhabitants. This means that the area is generally not very densely populated, many small towns and rural areas. And now I came to think of my speech is being translated to Catalan, so I will try to speak a bit slower. I'm sorry for the interpreters that I was speeding my presentation. As you see, there is a map of Sweden in the corner and the region of the west part. Firstly, some quick statistics on NEETs. In Sweden, there are about 6.5% young people aged 16 to 24 who are out of work or school each year. This is independent of the economic cycle, although of course it fluctuates a bit between the years. We saw an increase in unemployment in the first year of COVID-19, and now youth unemployment is actually going down quite fast. And compared to Spain, I've seen that Sweden has a lower proportion of NEETs in the older age group 20 to 24, but about the same proportion of NEETs in the younger age group. Of course, it's because completing the upper secondary school lowers the risk also of becoming unemployed. Sweden has 12 national programs in upper secondary school with vocational content. Just to give you a bit of frame of when I talk about vocational education, upper secondary level. And the vocational diploma from these courses can give access to higher education only if supplemented with passing grades in specific courses in Swedish and English. And all upper secondary programs have a duration of 3 years. But the dropout rate from vocational project is quite high, 25% was it last year, and compared to theoretical programs, 19%. And the dropout rate does not mean that the students never finish their education, but indicates that we do have a problem keeping the students following the planned study path. But the group of NEETs that we're talking about, there are young people who are not completed their primary upper secondary education and who have been without education or work for a long time. Among young people in Sweden who neither work or study, there's a clear overrepresentation of young people with foreign origin, third country national especially, with little education, and in particular, young people with a disability or neuropsychiatric diagnosis. There is also an overrepresentation of young married women and young women and household receiving income support. So, and also where you live also matters. In socioeconomic weak areas, we find over 50% more needs, and not even 50% will complete their upper secondary school within 3 years. Well, in Sweden, labor market policy for young people is carried out by both the state and the municipalities. And since the beginning of the 90s, Swedish municipalities have the responsibilities for providing all young people under the age of 20 with upper secondary education. And municipalities are also responsible for young people who do not attend upper secondary education. Responsibility here means, for example, that the municipalities must keep themselves informed about the professional situation of young people between 16 and 20 who do not go to school. And municipalities, they're also often responsible for providing orientation and career guidance. And I will also mention that the profession of studying career guidance has been a university program in Sweden since the 70s. So it's really a professionalized occupation, being a studying career guide counselor. And also, all municipalities are obliged to offer guidance. Well, and also the guidance should be independent with a lifelong learning perspective. But the municipalities operates this very differently with this mission, sometimes successfully, sometimes it doesn't work so organized. And they also, the municipalities have a high degree of self-government. And they offer adult education and adult vocational education and training for most often start at 20 years old. And with national funding. And in Sweden, compared to, for example, Germany, and from what I learned also in Catalonia, the companies have a large responsibility. This is not the case in Sweden, where it's the municipalities with national funding who offers vocational training. So we don't have a dual system. It would be very interesting to compare the effects on needs in Spain and Sweden when it comes to effects of the COVID-19 pandemics, actually. Spain being one of the strictest countries in the EU when it comes to restriction, Sweden being, I don't say one of the most liberal, because I think really we were the most liberal. We didn't have many restrictions at all, actually. From what we can see is that the economy in general in Sweden has recovered very fast. The youth unemployment rate is going down, but we also see that the ones who have been away from studies and work for a long time is staying in this situation. Now I will go and tell you more about what we have done specifically in the V project. The V project has co-funded 25 local projects in 19 municipalities. We have complementary and motivated courses and training at 5 folklife schools and 2 adult education centers, and where we have offered vocational education and training combined with language training. And many of these courses are on an elementary level, not the national 3-year programs that I talked about earlier. So they don't get this formal diploma, but they can continue later after starting with the shorter courses. They can continue to upper secondary school when they have completed their primary school level. So, and we have also had much competence development and training for the teachers and also the officials working with the needs. We had organized local reflection groups with professions from all professions around the youth. We had thematic working groups, we had monthly local meetings, we had 10 interactive thematic conferences with more than 100 participants each time. And we have been working accordingly to the motto that complex social challenges must be solved together with those affected. So we also have employed NEETs as expert in their own case to support teachers and officials in the municipalities. I won't have the time to go into this more today. But last but not least, we have developed multi-stakeholder approach, and increase in organized cooperation has been very, very important. As you see, this is quite a large project, and I will continue to focus on the part most relevant for the topic of this Congress. And just some figures. We have the goal to meet 1,000 NEETs, and we have obtained this goal. We have actually reached 1/3 of all NEETs in the geographical area. One interesting thing, when the reasons for individuals not to start activities within the project have always been health problems and economy is the two major reasons why someone did not start. The majority of the participants, they now continue work, studies, or internship. If we compare to national statistics, that means for persons who have not been involved in any project like the V project, we have only about 35%, 36% continuing in education. We have reached 52% actually in this project. I want to tell you a little about like a recipe and success factors to bring NEETs back to vocational education and training. Here with an example from the adult education. When the door to the normal or general upper secondary school is closed because you're more than 20 years old, and the way forward is very difficult. In these classes, we bring back the light and the hope of the students who stopped believing in their future a long time ago. In this classes piloted in the V project, the success factors are the following. Firstly, the admission procedure. When someone applies to follow a course, there is a selection procedure always. In this case, we have tried to find the students who would normally not been accepted to start an education, because these students that we really want to reach. And we have offered a flexible starting time of the course and also flexible progression time. And we have classes, even if everybody's reading different subjects and different speeds, we have one class like an elementary school. So they have this social kit of being in one class together. And the social structure really matters. We have a mentor, a teacher, or some other person at the school who is there for the student at all times. And also the meeting on an equal level is really one of the cornerstones in the project. And they have time also to review update the study plans and get support in Swedish language for those who need this. And they have always contact with a career study career guidance continuously over the training. And we have organized job meetings with job coaches for effective information, updated information about the labor market. And also we have provided ICT and studying techniques integrated in the courses. And of course, offer relevant vocational courses for the local labor market. And the continuous teachers training and peer coaching. And also how to organize the teachers training. The teachers they work in teams. And as I started saying earlier, that the cooperation with civil society, healthcare, and the cooperation with the municipality is very important, both to identify students and to help them out in a financial situation, because often they simply don't afford starting the course. So, and they they are not entitled to study loans and so on. So sometimes where they have talked together with the municipality and see if they can keep on studying with income support. This is one of my last slides, and I have summarized the key messages from the VEEP project. Several of these conclusions have been highlighted in previous presentations today. It has been very interesting, as I said again, to listen. And I'm so really grateful for the translations. It has been really, really great, actually, to follow this in English. And it's an interest to make international comparisons and to always have in mind that the national policies and structure, as well as the local settings, will determine how all findings can be applied. Firstly, the cornerstone of the VEEP project is meeting on equal terms. Allow relation building to take time. This is the most important learning in the project, and many project partners really have emphasized that even if you know that, of course, relations are important and meetings on an equal level and treating one another with the respect and seeing the students is important. But when we actually have put emphasis on this and put time for competence development for the personnel within and how to meet the students and different techniques and different things, it's been really something that had changed the way of working, and we even see effects on how many students drop out, and you can also calculate what are the costs not using this method, and how lower are the costs when you start using this method, and also to work with and not for the needs. Individualized, flexible concept and studies, and have a safe, inclusive environment, and also structured cooperation between authorities, and transdisciplinary and vertically also cooperation. So in all ways in the organization. And also cooperation to promote and care for a smooth transition from primary to upper secondary school, and from upper secondary school to work or advanced studies or training. And the socio-psychological support and guidance and the holistic approach is so important. So finally, all goals in the project has been reached. But the question we always need to ask ourselves, and the financing authority, who are putting a very heavy administrative burden on projects like this one, is what is the most important? To do the things right, or to do the right things? I think that we can do both, but we need a change of attitude and look at structures hindering development. Thank you so much for inviting me here today, and please check our website where you will find more testimonies, and we will also have a final report of the whole project coming up soon, and all materials will be on the website. Thank you so much. We'll stop sharing.
Hope to see you soon. D'acord, doncs continuem amb aquest bloc d'experiències amb el senyor Sergi Alegre Calero, responsable de projectes europeus a la Fundació Catalana de l'Esplai.
So we are going to move on to the next speaker, Mr. Sergi Alegre Calero from Fundesplai. He's going to be speaking about Jove amb Valor project. Good morning. I prepared a PowerPoint presentation, but I asked the organizers not to share it because they're not fun to follow, but it shows that you have prepared two presentations. I've been to less warm saunas than this hall here. So I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you to all of you here because you're concerned not with your career or your institution, you are concerned with the young people. And you will tell me, well, this is pretty obvious, isn't it? Yes, but we need to repeat that every now and then, because otherwise we don't know what game we are playing. And so thank you very much. Not because I have children, I do, but because I believe we need to take care of each other every now and then, of course. And I'm here out of discipline. Maria invited me, and we're very happy with Maria. She's supporting us in our project in Fundesplay, and we're having so much fun. I was a teacher at vocational training when it was really vocational training 30 years ago, and I taught history to mechanics students. And the first day I arrived there and I said, hello, I'm your history teacher. And they would go like, I'm studying mechanics because I didn't want to touch a book ever again. And so 27 years later, I was the deputy mayor in Alprat, mostly housing, etc. But I was in charge of education for some time, and I had to deal with the reform. And I remember, so someone mentioned distances. And so we moved from one school to another one far away. And El Prat is a very compact town, very flat. And we had a lot of discussions about the distance that defined where the students would go, what school the students would go to. And so we had a lot of discussions with the parents. I remember when I was a teacher, there was this student that was making me very nervous. And so he ended up telling me, you are a snob from this place. And so this was a neighborhood with very low with a lot of vulnerable people. And so the people from San Colme, a very, very hard environment, they go to San Cosme. For them, El Prat is something totally unknown to them. And the same happens there and still is happening nowadays. And thank you so much, Maria, for being here and for inviting me here. Someone was mentioning the number 3. I've lived in Germany, and there's not a single boy or girl that finishes school at 23. Things are super relaxed there. They go to school, they leave school, take some time, go back to school. And I have to bite my tongue when I speak with my daughters who are studying in Germany. And to fail and to make mistakes is not seen as something wrong in Germany and in the United States as well. I know you are not responsible for that, but I think it's something that we need to remember every now and then. And what am I here to speak? We at Fundesplay have been working for 52 years. It was created by some communist freaks. We have some communists with us still. And so it was established in Belvige because kids would go to school, and after 1 p.m. their parents wouldn't be home. And so we wanted to offer them something. I just cooperate with Fundesplay. I'm not employed full-time. And so we organize activities for the young, and we saw 4 years ago that we organized many things, but what the young people needed most, or the young people in social exclusion, was training and jobs. That idea came about especially after the 2008 crisis, and so We created the Iberian American League for education for the youth, and one member is from Brazil. They had been running a project for 20 years, and we saw that it would be interesting to implement that same program in Catalonia. Jove amb Valor is the title of the project, and so all students, all kids have social and human value, and that is the idea behind the project. We want to empower kids and let them know that they are as valuable as any PhD holder or graduate from university, because some students, they finish school, they might have dropped out of school, and then what happens then? And so our project is for kids that do not study or work, in a context where the only offering for them is to follow courses. So they have failed in school, and the only thing they get is more courses. When they go to work and the employers ask about their experience, they don't have any experience, so they won't get a job. They have no expectations, and those who had some expectations lost them as soon as they got to a company, and they have some 30 euros a week, and they spend their time staring at their mobiles, but they feel that they don't have much future ahead of them. And so we are working on this project with pilot programs with the Catalan government, and through Erasmus Plus, we are trying to take this to other countries, Italy, Sweden, Romania, etc. So as we have a European project and we have funding for this kind of projects. I'm going to speak about the project in a minute. What is it about? We take boys and girls from neighborhoods, El Prat, Sant Cosme, Cornellà, etc. And through social services, we select some of them and we give them a job from day one with a salary of 800 euros. And so they have a job contract where they have to study for 4 hours and work for 4 hours from day one. And if they fail in one of them, they cannot follow the other one. So they have to do both things. How much does it cost? So a project is very, very successful. At the beginning, we only had 30 students, 30 kids, then 60, and now we have 90. In Brazil, after 20 years, our colleagues thanks to that project, the law changed. And so companies have to hire these kind of kids. We are trying for the Spanish government to implement this system as well, because in Spanish history, never have companies received so many public funds. And so we want for companies to contribute to society as well. Their role is to do what they do best, namely make money without exploiting others and train people through work. That is what allows them or gives them the sense of belonging to society. That is their goal. Luckily enough, the chief of staff of the Minister of Work is from Catalonia. We are working with them, and we are also talking with unions and the Catalan government to try and have an agreement for the public Catalan companies to hire these kids or follow this program. Why is this program so successful? For different reasons. There is a selection process, and these kids work in companies that we have to select, and it takes a lot of effort. And when we leave our comfort zone, that is education, that is why it requires so much effort. One other challenge is for these kids that they don't have a clue what 800 euros are. For some of them, that is the most money that has ever entered their households. And many, especially girls from Romani background, feel very empowered. And some see that if they don't finish school, they won't get a job that they feel capable of doing. And so many go back to school. And one very important thing is to get support. Without support, there's no success. It is very important to support these kids because it's not about knowledge. It's because the lottery wanted us to grow up in a pretty normal family, so these kids don't know what things are about. They have so many fears. They don't know whether they have to call in sick if they don't go one day, or what they have to wear, or etc., etc. They know they are not normal students, top students, students that know it all. So they need support. Sometimes we have to go and visit their families, especially in the case of female students, or we have to go to the companies. But what we are trying to explain to the Catalan government and to the Spanish ministry is that this kind of training needs the support throughout the entire process, because otherwise it will be useless, or we won't get all the outcome of this economic and human effort. Let me finish by saying something that was raised yesterday. It's not about lowering the level. Now, from the outside, I'm very concerned with one thing. There was this teacher that was telling me, if I were to ask my students to pass the tests I used to give them 20 years ago, I don't think any of them would pass them. We are being deceived. We are being cheated, as I was saying, because the only thing that public schools are doing are to lower their levels. And so private companies are only hiring students that come from private schools. And so what we are doing is, for instance, the trapeze artists every now and then has trouble doing their piece. And so what are we going to do? We are going to lower the line, and who's going to pay to see that kind of show? From the outside and from the distance, let me tell you that we shouldn't lower the level of demand and quality of school, because we are being cheated. And that has very clear political and sociological goals. I'm finishing. I talked to a teacher. We are happy to invite you. You can come and visit us at San Cosme, 500 meters from the hardest neighborhood inside San Cosme, but you're welcome. You can come and visit us anytime. Thank you very much.
Cap allà, Sergi, si tenies una mica de pressa, crec que s'ha de fer un...
Sergi, I think you have to catch a flight, right?
Gràcies.
Thank you.
Doncs molt bé, després d'aquesta intervenció...
Awesome. After Sergi's words from Fundesplai, now on to... So no questions, but I see some people are discussing here. Most of us are teachers in the public education, and we have the Twitter for that. You can use the Jornades OrientaFP hashtag for discussion, for comments. We're here to share and exchange opinions, experiences, etc., suggestions, etc., from all areas. So, as I was saying, now on to Ms. Teresa Zambola, who is going to present a project named NOE 4.10. She coordinates the Department of Sports and Youth in the Barcelona regional government. Teresa, you have the floor.
Doncs molt bé, gràcies al Departament d'Educació.
Thank you very much to the Department of Education for inviting us. And thank you also to the audience and to the people following online, because I think it is a very useful and interesting seminar. And it's a great pleasure to speak after listening to Sweden and how they refer to the importance of the local world, and also after listening to Sergi Alegre when he was a policy maker in El Prat, and how he was referring to the support that the students need. And so I'm here to present the NOE 4.10 project. NOE, why? Because it's a strategic project about new education opportunities. And we wanted to highlight the fourth SDG. And what are these goals? In our action plan, we wanted to highlight 22 projects that are transformative and strategic projects for this term in the Barcelona province. The goal is to fight against early school leaving. And so we want to meet all the challenges posed by the SDGs, and we also follow the Agenda 2030. And we have promoted 3 transformative projects that share that we work with young people and with vulnerable groups. What is Norway? At local level, people have been working for many decades to provide attention and orientation to young people, but we believe we have to go farther and we need to find a comprehensive and longitudinal tool for young people from 13 to 24. In secondary schools, we can find many information, support until the age of 16, 17, sometimes until 18. But after that age, what happens with students that are 19 or more or older, and those students that drop out of school? So we want to offer all municipalities in our province a technology platform to universalize and coordinate information, because in this century either we use strong and solid and robust data or we will fail. Fortunately enough, luckily, the pandemic has allowed us to have data available to share. So data about patients have been shared with pharmacies, with schools to follow up on COVID cases. And so we can share this data in the health sector, but in the education sector, there's room for improvement. And so we at the Barcelona regional government shared a project to share information about its students with the education department at the Catalan government. We are referring to almost 400 people aged 17 to 25, and there are some 70,000 that don't study and don't work. So it's a pretty large population. And what have we done at our department? We have invested as much as we could, 3.9 million euros for 3 years, plus 2 million every year in material and economic resources. Let me remind you that early school living was defined at the Lisbon Agenda 22 years ago already, and the EU countries have to try for their students not to drop out of school. And I am mentioning this because there's people still there are still people that don't know about this commitment. We in Catalonia have a rate of 70.4% of school dropouts, very far from the 10% in Europe. So we have to try and cut down by 7%, and for that we need municipalities to work hand in hand with the provincial government, not to mention the unemployment rate of this population, the groups that graduate and those who don't. Because if we look into detail, in more detail, and see that there are populations from out of Europe whose rate of graduation is very, very low, and then the social and economic background is also very important. So all this information is very important, but very often we believe that those who fail are those that drop out of school. No, there's many different levels of dropping out. From those who graduate, some of them stop studying, and then there are people, for instance, we have 24% of students that drop out of baccalaureate and 40% in intermediate vocational training programs. So we have different pathways and different ways of dropping out. And coming into and out of the system should be the essence or at the core of all education action from public institutions. And what are municipalities doing? Just recently, we presented a study that showed that we have 1,200 resources that have to do with new education opportunities in Barcelona. 2 out of 3 municipalities are committed to fighting early school leaving, and many municipalities are doing direct action. So there's a lot of awareness in our territory. There's investment from the local administrations, and there is a huge commitment with these young people. What have we done at the regional government? Well, we have gone and see what's going on in the territory. We can give support, we can create resources, but first we need to know how things are done in the territory. And for that, we have a pilot experience with 8 municipalities. We have an action plan for each municipality for 3 years. And we want this experience to be scalable to the entire province. What are the municipalities we chose? Mataró, Mollet, Badia, Badia del Vallès, Osona County Council. They have a wonderful experience. Al Prat, Sergi was referring to this municipality. They've been working on the issue for many years already. Cornellà, Vilafranca, and Igualada. These are the municipalities where we are running our pilot project, but around these municipalities there are 30 more towns where they are doing a great job in order to have the young people that have dropped out of school go back to school. So we want to cut down the percentage of early dropouts. We want to strengthen the resources of all these municipalities. We are working with 40. We want to expand our job to all of the municipalities in our province. We want to focus on most vulnerable populations, and we want to also promote youth equipments, because after the pandemic are a place where we can connect with the youth, and we are working on a project to listen to them. And we have street educators to try and prevent emotional health issues. So we have these pilot projects And you can find a report with all the indicators and goals of our project. But let me explain how we are going to prepare a methodological guide about this project. We are still defining their interprofessional work to be done on the territory, because there are many services available in the municipalities. You have the youth departments, social services, sports, and it is important to coordinate all of that in order to offer individualized care. And this is something that we are working on in our 8 projects.
The truth is, they've been very successful. To begin with the data on municipal patterns and the knowledge in each part of the territory, to conduct an entire set of support mechanisms and resources, not just in the initial vocational training programs, but some specific modules that students need to join adult centers or specialized centers, or to take admission exams to other training programs. Then we have the specific training of technical modules, families of technical modules, and an entire technical pathway program. Aside from these different activities that we're offering to the public, we have kept up a supervision through what we call the experts committee. And we have people here, the academic and communities committee, and this helps us to disseminate information on each of the stages and advancements of this transformative project through a number of seminars. The name is 4.10, 4 blocks and 10 seminars to discuss early leaving of academic programs, how to work on this internally, professionally, all the resources that territories have to define, identify these cases and to work on them from the territory. Sergi is a great example of that with the foundation that he directs in El Prat, and also come up with ways to use different resources and procedures to address the possibility that young people can enter and exit the system and can feel truly motivated and interested in progressing in their own education or training. In just a few days, we'll be signing some agreements with the Bertelsmann Foundation and the Exit Foundation and the Barcelona BT Foundation. And today is a good example of these best practices. There are many organizations and actors throughout the territory with a very long track record when it comes to adding up our efforts, cooperating, and bringing each of our efforts to the table for our young people to enjoy true opportunities. And in the end, I say we're available for any information you may need. We are more than willing to disseminate our studies, offer our seminars, offer our projects, which we also communicate to the media. And our will is to give the proper importance to our local governments, the great work that is done by our local councils, and to stay ahead of our young people's needs, to truly be useful and to come up with a personalized but also universal education and support offering for all of our young people, as we know that our most vulnerable groups, our young people, need new opportunities and new ways to proceed with this accompaniment that we offered with our NOE 4.10 program. So we're available for anything you may need. Thank you for having us. Thank you for your attention.
Gràcies. Doncs per acabar aquesta
Thank you
taula...
very much. And to round out this block, we welcome once again Dr. Silvia Carrasco, Doctor of Social Anthropology at the Autonomous University of Barcelona and coordinator of the group working on education, migration, children, youth, gender in anthropological studies, the so-called Emigra program. She will present one of the most important studies done to prevent dropout and with youth intervention. This is research that came from a European project, and I'm sure she'll tell us about this more in detail. But she was the first to apply here in Catalonia, specifically in the city of Sabadell. So Silvia, whenever you're ready, you may take the floor.
Bueno, ja veieu que la talla i el faristol
As
no...
you see, my size and the size of this podium don't quite match. I'll try not to bore you, as I'm sure everyone is thinking of lunch and what is left on the rest of our schedule, our agenda. But I see there's a typo up there. Mentoria does not have an accent on the I. But let me offer some evaluation of research done on the prevention and intervention when facing cases of potential dropouts. This came out of a project that our moderator touched on, and I'll tell you more about so you can know its origin and what the program was about. A program that has now been rolled out to more places. When we began in our city, we were the first, but now many other organizations are doing it. We didn't do the first pilot program, but we did do the first implementation. And so with this in mind, it's important to remember a lot of the elements that have come up this morning will be reflected in the entire process of youth mentoring as an intervention strategy, prevention strategy when facing cases of potential school dropouts. As you know, we've spoken a great deal about this. We had our first panel, then we've heard several excellent presentations, but this is when we began with our research efforts in parallel to another project called AbJovis. And Irene is here. Obviously, I must mention her. She is a leading figure in this field, and we began in our Catalan counties, and they were doing it throughout Spain. But we cooperated with Europe, other countries, looking at the colors, the ones that were in color then. It made sense for Spain to be one of the 9 countries that was compared with the different countries. This ended in 2018. It ran from 2013 to 2018. Then there were 2 spin-off projects held consecutively. The last one was cut off due to the pandemic, and now in 2022 we have resumed with another tool that came out of this project. This is something that occurred right before the pandemic broke out. As I say, our initial program consisted of 9 countries samples. Sweden was already below the tolerable threshold of European dropout rates. It was 10%. That was also in line with the Millennium Goals, but they also had Spain and Portugal, who are not dark. And now much has changed with the latest educational reforms and so forth. But we also had Austria and Hungary, some very specific impacts of early school dropouts. The UK, which was in the midst of a reform of their whole policy. Poland, with very low, very localized dropout rates. Here we see a whole range of countries at higher risk and lower risk. The Swedes were worried because they were at 9% and they were getting worse, but they thought it was terrible. And we were at 28%, and then we said, oh, it looks like we might be going down. So it was somewhat funny to see what different territories consider to be tolerable and what strategies they've implemented when things could get worse. Rafa Medina mentioned this, the factors, the push factors that push people out of the system. And sometimes we don't have dropouts as much as we have expulsions from the system. So when you talk about school failure, you have to define who you're talking about. Is it the system that's failing, that is unable to fulfill its missions? And often we just put the spotlight of responsibility on the designers of the system. So here we see the 3 stages summarized. They say that I can go into a little detail. We had this initial phase with these 9 countries. In the case of Spain, it was only Catalonia, 2 counties, and 2 cohorts before the mandatory secondary education, and first baccalaureate and first educational cycles and the first vocational training. So 4 different types of education in the Valles Occidental and Maresma territories. These are neighboring territories of Barcelona. This is another interesting aspect, and that is that we have diversity and great inequality around the territory. We've always said that the educational offering varies quite a bit. It depends on whether you're able to take the bus or the train, and you might even have free public transportation up to a certain age, as you might have in Barcelona or certain cities. But symbolically, you might as well be going to the end of the world if you have to change towns. The neighborhood in Sabadell, where we had the first implementation for this program, it has one of the highest poverty and inequality rates of the city of Sabadell. There is not a single subsidized private school, the typical school you would find in a Catalan neighborhood. And there is no post-mandatory offering beyond baccalaureate, which the 2 secondary schools do have, but no one else has anything else. No cycles, no offering, nothing. Even the adult school is in another district. We're talking about northern Sabadell, and after that, it's just fields, okay? It's on the very edge of the city, very edge of civilization. So here we have this cohort, the 2 cohorts, that is, that we did the longitudinal, quantitative, and qualitative study with the students using these techniques, and 700 teachers who also described their ideas on early dropouts, the responsibility. Must have been the family that was responsible, according to these teachers. In most cases, they did not attribute it to any mechanisms that originated from the school or resources of the school. And we identified in that theoretical framework that we share here the concept of school failure in the different aspects, the perception of support and aspirations and expectations that are attributed from the family, from teachers. You should do this, the student is told, but it's impossible, or you're too old, or the teachers think you won't know how, any number of things like that. And this whole idea of linking the 3 aspects, school bonds, the perception of support from teachers and family, and the individual aspirations or expectations of the student. And then what we did was to identify them, these protection aspects, in general terms, the ones with the greatest impact in the different countries, the socio-demographic composition of the population most affected by dropouts, and comparing them to systems and the palliative or preventive or compensatory measures that different countries had implemented to face these problems. This gave us a lot of ideas, but we thought that the territory hadn't been taken into account. A county, 35 schools in 2 counties. Well, that was fine, but we needed a universe without a sample because we needed to see all the kinds of schools, from private schools, subsidized private schools where only elite people went or people with great aspirations went, in a city like Sabadell that does not have a purely private schools. We know that Sabadell is the 5th most populated city, but they don't have any private schools. These elites already live outside Sabadell, Sant Cugat, Mata de Pera, Bellaterra, surrounding towns. So we needed to know what was going on in these schools, what mechanisms were they deploying, even the schools of so-called high complexity, the entire range, the territory, the center, a cohort, and a universe, not just a sample. Therefore, what we saw here, what we did here was to evaluate the capacity of these centers to meet all of these needs and their differentiated characteristics. And it was 530 students in the last year of mandatory secondary education. It was the years 1617 and 1718. The idea was to study the resources, the palliative resources with very low impact, we must mention, and always devoted to students that are visibly at risk of dropping out, not invisibly at risk. This interesting distinction I'd like to insist on because it has an interesting bearing on our research. But what were the possible measures in the territory of those which could be organized from that perspective of prevention strategies, intervention strategies, compensation strategies, and which could be proposed to improve and articulate these local strategies? It would be good for those of the employment counselors. Pay attention to this because we've done a bit of work for you. And here was the city of Barcelona that financed this spin-off of the first project. And then we look at the number of measures, one of which was youth mentoring. And then we went to the third phase, the development of another of these measures, a preventive tool that we experimented with, especially in the 2019-20 academic year in 10 schools with the whole range of 5 types of schools that we identified in the first phase. And that involved some 800 students from those 10 schools, from the whole repertory of the 5 types of schools that we identified. And above all, it is a tool called SASAC that comes from the European project, Success at School, or something along those lines, assessment tool, SASAT, the Success at School assessment tools. And we called it Edu Vincles, Edu Bonds in Catalan, but we haven't been able to finish it because it was interrupted and we haven't finished it yet, but it was financed by the local council of Sabadell, where we made the intervention. So this is the analysis model, as we said, in addition to the school engagement, the self-perception, the self-organization is important in terms of the students' aspirations and expectations and the support that can be received from the faculty. All this is very important. In the second phase, we identified local resources. We couldn't write a letter to Father Christmas that would be completely unrealistic without taking into account the capacity of the municipality to use all the resources at hand and articulate them in a preventive response, in a proper intervention, well suited to the risk. As I say, we're not talking about dropouts, but potential or at-risk dropouts and potential compensatory measures. Many of these things already existed. It's not the entire map of results, but notice, if you will, there are 3, one of each that are marked in this ochre color. One, relaxation, the tool that we've just been able to experiment with and can be offered to the Ministry of Education. I think it can be very interesting. The inspectors and so forth have taken an interest in this. It is a preventive tool, a tool that is a professional educational tool, and within the theoretical framework of those of us who worked on this, it's based on a self-applicable tool, a star measure of intervention, which is a matter of generalizing mentoring. We had an initial idea from 2016, 2017, and then it was deployed in the school. Youth mentoring in 2017, 2018. That involved an entire evaluative research effort during its deployment and then a measurement of its impact. In 1 year's time, we thought that it would have very little impact, as it is very little in an educational pathway, just 1 year, when it comes to risk situations. Then we also have a number of compensation measures that we proposed, the creation of a program or a first or second or new opportunity program. Here you see how we are converging toward a number of very similar proposals. And then our intervention model. This is not a true intervention model because it's not applicable to all students, only those students that are presenting a number of risk indicators. And I've already mentioned this, just speaking from memory. Here we take into account gender, origin, and obviously we're talking about the school of high complexity. So it's a single social class with the presence of marginalized population, working class, and marginalized population at that school. Very high risk, and this lack of offering, as I say, with the typical situation of a school without facilities, without a social network in the neighborhood, and so forth. So the program progressed. The local council of Sabadell requested from the Autonomous Solidaria Foundation, that is the NGO at our Autonomous University of Barcelona, because it wanted to begin a youth mentoring program that looked like it could be very interesting because they needed young students, they needed young mentors. Where are the young mentors? Basically in the university, not just in the university, but those that are adult age are at the university, and those that are in the youth mentoring program should have responsibility vis-a-vis or with the mentors. It can be done in a peer-to-peer way, but the program was designed to have adult students speaking to minor students at the Autonomous University in the same neighborhood in northern Sabadell. There was just opened a new train station that extended the S2 line, the light rail line. So then people could take the light rail train to the Creu Alta next to the Corte Inglés shopping center in Sabadell. If you're from Sabadell, you know where this is. And then there's another one to Plaza España that connects to other neighborhoods. And the one furthest north, Sabadell Park del Norte, that's where the line ends. But all of a sudden, the two districts, the two schools in the district in just 12 minutes could be right in the middle of our autonomous university campus. As you know, we have a station right in the middle of the campus, and a municipal library had just been opened. As you know, libraries are not just libraries, they are cultural activity centers, cohesion centers, and lots of other things. So there were a few improvements, but as I say, it was a major impact from the 2008 crisis, and following that, they had received a lot of marginalized population from the metropolitan area that had left, that had been squatting in some abandoned buildings, and with two schools, one of high complexity and another that does not want the label of high complexity, because that way they create a certain segregation between the two schools, the only schools in this district. So even in a context such as this, there are these segregation strategies between schools, and it's the same thing in the population. Okay, but in any event, the Solidary Autonomous Foundation, our NGO, had been working with the Pluma program for primary education and working with migrants. Asked Imigra if they wanted to evaluate the program. We said yes. And in this case, I did it myself personally with a small team that I directed, a school of high complexity. And we said, we can't do something that's infinite with very few people, 8 people or 16 people, 8 pairs of mentors and mentorees. And we chose a few more tutors, teachers, students who were in at-risk situations who would do well with a bit of accompaniment. And once they were chosen, boys, girls, local, foreign, in different at-risk situations. For example, one case, a very good student, but in this case, a very conservative Muslim family, did not want the girl to continue with baccalaureate and then go to university. She wanted to be an attorney, and she is studying law now. So all of this has been very interesting. At the Autonomous University and through this NGO, we chose 8 mentors. We have a great volunteer program. They work with the Chroma program for primary education and many other primary education, prisons, environmental affairs. And so we got some of those volunteers to work in the youth mentoring, sociology, criminology, anthropology, biology, all these fields. The students came from all these fields. These young men and women who were interested in the experiment. It was only the second time that it was done seriously. And then we did a matching program, you know, matching just like you would for couples, okay? And so we did the matching, and with the matching, our intention was to strike upon affinities. You can imagine how difficult that is with our university population and the city population of young people. But there was, we looked for one characteristic that they did share. They were young people who were studying. You may think one has nothing to do with the other, but no, it does, because they were studying. They were concerned about their future, which is uncertain. And the older ones had already been through the educational stage that the young people were in now. There might not be any other characteristic in common, but there was one thing that they shared. So in the end, we decided to match them by gender, to not make things more difficult than they already were. We wanted to eliminate noise in this way in the later evaluation. So the external coordination, the matching, the training of the mentors. You're not a friend, you have responsibilities. You have to have one visit per week. You can't direct them. You must only host, welcome, accompany, follow up on the pairs, any sort of unforeseen event that came up. The coordinator of the program would, Victor Pastor in this case, from the Autonomous Solidarity Foundation was doing this, and there was an internal coordinator, Silvia Moraleda, a social integration officer. All of the high complexity schools have one, and she was working there at that time. She was in charge of the internal coordination, the personalized follow-up of the mentored students, and very close follow-up with me and other people from the research group, with the rest of the faculty at the school, most of whom were very reluctant because they didn't want anything else added to their already heavy burden. And then the couples, the follow-up of the pairs, the mentor and mentoree, and a few of the families. What was done? Meetings, activities that had been planned and programmed. They were very economic, but they were financed. Once they've been working a while, we host them at the university. And just going to the university, and this is why it costs us €1 million in landscaping per year, is very impactful for someone who comes from Sabadell Norte. It's amazing. And they're shown all the activities. They see the different labs, the different colleges, the cafeteria, the gift shop. They went and bought t-shirts, you know. They love it, but they do a lot of other things. They skate, they meet, they go on outings, whatever it is that can be done as pairs. The cinema, they discuss movies. The idea is to get some group activities with the pairs. They went to the Tibidabo amusement park in Barcelona. And then something else that they really were dreading. There are amazing papers, pair albums, as they are young people. And in modern times, they all had 4 million selfies. We went here, we did this, blah, blah, blah. And then we asked them to set up a collage, a montage. So they did a very simple montage with the calendar and the different photos. I liked it, I didn't like it, and so on. And then a video that they edited telling the story. And they talked about how they felt. So you have the whole range, 8 spectacular mentoring pair albums. what else did we do to see if there had been an impact or not on the mentored boys and girls? That was the target, after all, that this really helped them somehow to reduce the risk. Obviously, we can't hope for much more in one academic year, but to reduce the risk of dropping out. We went back to the Vinclas questionnaire that I did not show you, but it's very well known, and it has a lot of spin-offs, support, expectations, aspirations, but we didn't do it at first. We did it in the second half of the course. First, we had the tutoring reports. They were all terrible. If it's not with a mentor, I don't know how to do it. And there were two texts that for us were really guideposts. It refers to our previous research. What is it that schools can do? And there are many experts here and many who have been on the panel. We agree with a lot of them, but what can schools really do with different realities, different faculties, with financial possibilities that are also different? What can they do? What can be done from the schools? But there's another thing that James Snyder and Glees Poole have put together, that is, what can schools not do, but other programs can do? It's very interesting because what can they not do? And here we were facing one of those situations. What can schools do? They had analyzed it in depth, as had been done in other research projects, but what can they not do? And it's also, what is it good that they not do? One teacher, all teachers are mentors already. We all informally mentor and accompany, and we think of our students all the time. The one I had last year, what have they done? We're interested, and if we can, we provide support, but that's not really our job. And there's part of it, and I don't want to be too populist, but we don't want to be their buddy. We don't want to be their buddy, and it would be counterproductive to be their buddies. So there are certain limitations, and when it comes to our role of mentors, but other figures that do not have the academic and social responsibility can do. And Maurice Cruy Schneider from Germany and Gothenburg designed a youth mentoring program in the city of Rotterdam. Excuse me, Rotterdam, the Netherlands, with a lot of financing. I hope the necessary authorities are listening to me. In the city of Rotterdam, with the overrepresentation of foreign origin students and some local working class youth, and they had analyzed this very well. And that was useful for us because it was good for us to see what the schools can do and what teachers can benefit from.
Vam utilitzar tot això, el qüestionari amb tot el que estava mesurant, grups focals.
We need to use all of these open writing. Maybe students can write a sentence, some can write 3, and we ask, what do you think about the visit to Tibidabo Amusement Park? So they started to write, and then we had the peer albums analysis. So there's different types of mentoring, and there's not a single way of mentoring students. It always involves a never-ending process. Now I have 50 more slides, but I don't have time, so let me finish with the 3-4 sentences. The impact on mentored students, mentoring teachers, teaching teams, and the assessment by the involved institutions, the university, etc. As for the impact on mentored students after some time, so we compared the results from the questionnaire with the reports about these students that all hope have been given up on. And so everybody had a very, very positive assessment. The kids were so happy to have a mentor. They were showing off and telling their colleagues that didn't have a mentor, look, I have this mentor, we've been here, my mentor is doing this and that. My mentor is studying criminology, for instance, so they were showing off. And they were proud to have a mentor. And there were three different conclusions. First, the most general one is that this kid, that people were fascinated to see that these kids wanted to have good grades, and so, for instance, this kid would say, so I was looking for this information, and the other would say, yeah, well, my mentor told me this and that, and they would talk about what they would like to do, veterinary studies. You can study this at a university. Okay, we can visit a veterinary clinic, and I'll go with you, and you can ask you questions. So this is what something not for a teacher to do, but for a mentor. And so there was this fascination with their mentors. Second outcome was that of reinforcement, because they had a source of information that didn't have earlier. No one would be judging them, so the symbolic violence that all kids are trained in class, very often students don't ask anything because they believe they have to be genius in order to ask no, and they are shy to ask. And so this is something that they learn in primary education. So now they had this
Maria Calvet, que ens està, la nostra artista d'aquest visual thinking que ens està cridant.
Good afternoon. We have Maria Calvet with us again, drawing her visual thinking project. And we are about to start the afternoon session. We hope you enjoyed the break, your lunch, you had the chance to exchange and discuss about what we heard earlier this morning. Welcome to our online followers that they are being really active on YouTube. So again, thank you for being here in this seminar about vocational training. And as I was saying, we are going to have a panel of social agents and institutions to speak about the social and economic implications of dropping out in VET. So we have with us Isidro Ruiz Aro for the Barcelona Autonomous University and from the Emigra Research Group. Thank you so much for being here today. He does research in social policies. He's a professor at the University of Barcelona.
I els seus interessos professionals, potser en tens altres que també ens vols compartir, tu mateix. Jo només et parlo dels professionals en de recerca, ciències dels processos de desvinculació, veritat?
The interpreter apologizes, but the sound is not very good, and we are having trouble to listen to the presenter. So, Mr. Isidro Ruiz is the very best person to facilitate this panel. You have the floor. Thank you very much. I am astonished with your presentation about my bio. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much to the organizers for their trust and for giving me the opportunity of contributing to this panel. As Maria was saying, the idea of this panel is to listen to social agents and to institutions regarding early school leaving in vocational training. And so this panel is the third pillar today that looks into school dropout. We had a first presentation by the professor from the Balearic Islands this morning. Then we also had a very interesting expert panel that has referred to the many variables that affect this multifactorial problem. This is a problem that has many dimensions that affects the youth, and guidance is very necessary here, as dropping out and unemployment are two of the main factors contributing to the social exclusion of youth in market economies. So this situation is a changing situation. It can change and can define the future of the youth if the problem is not tackled and they don't receive adequate compensation in terms of support. And so now we are going to look beyond research to, we're going to listen to social agents, economic agents, and also to institutions and their approach to this phenomenon. And so for that, let me do a brief introduction and then a general introduction. And so we have with us Mr. Joan Solsona from the Education Department, from the Inspection Department. Then we also have Silvia Miro Martin from the Employers Association, PIMEC, Ana Cece Tauman from the non-governmental organizations sector in Catalonia, and Ricard Bellera from the Comissions Obrera Union here in Catalonia. I'm going to be introducing each panelist, and they'll have a first intervention to speak about dropping out of school from their specific point of view. Then we will have a round of questions, and finally we have a Q&A session from the audience, and we'll try to reach a consensus of social agents as to how we can tackle this issue beyond classrooms, and taking into account the job market and the consequences of this phenomenon. So let me start with the first speaker, Joan Solsona Sule. He is currently the coordinator of the vocational training field at the Educational Inspectorate of the Department of Education. He is the coordinator of the group directing the plan for improving the performance and continuation of vocational training students in Lleida, and he's hold different managerial positions. So welcome and good afternoon. A first approach to the issue of vocational training dropouts. How can we tackle this issue from the school inspectorate? What are the factors and consequences identified in your sphere? Good afternoon. First of all, thank you very, very much to the organizers and for inviting me here. Also, congratulations for the wonderful organization. And so we at the school inspectorate in 2019, before the pandemic, made some adjustments and saw that the indexes we had of school absenteeism and dropout led us to see how we could reduce and mitigate these processes. We saw that first we had school absenteeism, and then that led to school abandonment, school dropout, and we wanted to tackle that. I'm not going to explain in detail all the actions we have implemented. They stopped during the pandemic, but we tried to keep the most crucial actions. And across Catalonia, we had a first identification in schools to see where we could work to tackle this issue. And so we looked at many different situations. First, in intermediate vocational training programs. But let me explain something. Now we use a different term. We use the term of professionalizing programs. And we cover different fields here. And so we use this term, we professionalizing specialisms. And so in our field work done by the inspectorate, we saw that there was that students didn't know much about the program they had signed up for. Then there was a motivation lacking in the most theoretical modules. Then there was the issue of integration into the labor market. A couple of years ago, school principals were telling me, look, we don't have enough maintenance students because they are leaving the school to go to work. And since the implementation of dual vocational training, that the situation has improved. At the end of their first course, the students go to a company to work while they're studying. And so this morning, someone explained how we have factories, we have companies throughout the territory where students go to work, and this is a way of retaining them in the school system. We also have students that only sign up for part-time. So we have students that only want to study 2 or 3 modules, so this might not be considered as dropouts, but this is important too. And we also have the problematic of the territory. Where I come from, I have mothers coming to my office telling me, I want my kid to study here in this neighborhood, but there might not be an offer for what they want. And they would tell me, look, my kid wants to go to a different neighborhood. We cannot offer that. We cannot have a program in each neighborhood or in very, very small municipalities. And so municipalities want to have more intermediate program places for students to be able to study in their neighborhoods. And so this is the issue. And we designed a plan for improvement with 2 stages, previous guidance and then the tutoring during the program. The previous guidance aimed at reinforcing and empowering mentors. We've organized 2 seminars with tutors to inform them about the 27 teaching families in vocational training, etc. And so sometimes I go and give talks and I ask these students, what would you like to be? I would like to be a firefighter, a policeman or woman. There's options for everybody. And then for school orienting, do students at 14, 15 know what they want to be when they are older? Well, some students have a clear vision and some don't. And in these intermediate programs, when we retain their students, they follow a family of competencies, and sometimes they switch to a different family. And so we organize these talks for guides, for tutors. We also organize talks in schools that don't offer vocational training in order to give guidance to students at the 4th grade for them to know what they can find and how they can switch from one pathway to another. And then we have drafted a plan with a checklist or a questionnaire to see what the situation of each school is. Do they have a tutoring program? If they don't, let's design a program. Do students participate and receive 1 hour of tutoring a week? Do they organize welcome meetings for students coming from a different school, from a different territory, to offer them information, to welcome them? And let me wrap up by saying that throughout this tutoring work, we have this previous assessment. We design a working plan for the students. And finally, one important thing to take into account are teachers. We use this questionnaire and we ask them about the training needs, and what they ask for the most has to do with active methodologies. They want to see how they can change the way they teach, and how can they work more on projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joan. I think you've given us a lot of input on things that will come up later. Our second guest, Ms. Silvia Miro Marin, director of her work unit at PIMEC, Business Association on Social Inclusion and Labor Relations. She's the head of a master's program in human resources, especially in the automotive, metal sectors. She's also a member of the Catalonia Works Council and the Rector's Commission for Vocational Training. So the perfect background for today's panel. Thank you very much for that. Well, the idea is, just as Joan has, to begin with an initial approach from the business association standpoint, that of PIMEC, and how you see this problem, which has a direct link with the business community, and see what that outlook is. What is the concern with which the business community looks on this issue, and to what degree is it an issue that affects the business community and the job market that offers itself, or that to which young people offer themselves. And therefore, there's a very diverse range of profiles that make it up. Yes, as you say, you've introduced the topic very well from the labor angle and from the business community angle. We see this phenomenon of early leaving of schools, of dropouts, especially in vocational training. It's something that we're very concerned about. On one hand, as I'm sure you've said this morning, and I don't want to repeat anything that's been said, but in the end, it's a consequence of some of the main weaknesses we have in the vocational training system. Very specifically, as you said, Joan, one of them is guidance, the guidance that we offer our young people, and then the constant mismatches that we find in the job market and their impact, their significance, as you can imagine, can be found from a social point of view as well as an economic point of view. On the social side, the frustration that is generated when a person makes an effort, and of course a lot of resources have been devoted from families and other sources to finishing these studies, and then the prospects don't accompany that effort because the person doesn't meet the demands of the job market. And then on the other hand, as I am more from the business side, our economic concerns would be in this lack of properly trained professionals, this gap that we have been dealing with for many years in our country. And especially because this occurs very acutely in certain industries. Some years ago, it was in industry, all the industrial sectors, but it has become more widespread since then. As I say, this is of great concern to us in the business community, especially at SMEs and my association, PMEC, and we work hard on it. And I say this because we've carried out a number of analyses on the feedback that we get from the business community, what their needs are, what their unmet needs are, and the pulse that we take on the job market. And there's that hourglass metaphor as regards the distribution of the job market by ages. We did a study in 2015 and we found there's a lot of people at the top in advanced training programs, very few in the intermediate programs that's closely associated with BT, and a lot at the lowest levels. And we did it again, the same study last year, and we got some good news, and that is that at the lowest level in the qualification of our employed population, it is less. It is some 30% if we round up a little. And this reduction, instead of being in the middle part, the thin waist that we would have liked to have extended, has had more of an impact at the highest level. We have a lot of people in advanced studies when our biggest mismatch is in the middle. 6 years ago, in the middle, we said that 40% of the job openings would meet the qualifications at this level. Now this is the other way around. At the lowest level, let me look at the correct stats here, 10% vis-a-vis the market structure. 5 years ago, that was 23%, and these points have increased the intermediate level. So that mismatch is even bigger today. And with the increase of VT, it is something that will also have a direct consequence on us. And that's why we need a holistic approach. That's why we're so grateful to all the panelists here today, because the business community must have a matching responsibility from this guidance model, that figure at the school who can talk to the students about their expectations, aspirations, their needs, and situate them within the entire range of opportunities that exist. And the person who also knows where our job market is headed, to not destructure these mismatches any further. And dropouts, per se, are something that the business community must address, to see what proposals we could formulate to increase the participation of companies, and that would help reduce dropout rates. In any event, as I say, it is something in which we do believe we have a responsibility, and that does directly affect us. Very well. Thank you for that. And now we will go back to this topic later on. Our third guest, Ricard Ballera and Kirjo, who is the head of vocational training at the CCOO Trade Union of Catalonia. He is the head of macroeconomic analysis, employment policies, and vocational training. And he has a long track record in trade unions and held a number of posts there at the executive and management levels. And now we're looking at it from the other side of the fence. The idea is that from Comisiones Obreras, from your trade union, how are you tackling the whole issue of specifically BT studies, and can trade unions contribute anything to the solution of this problem? Thank you for that. And thank you for the invitation to be here with you today. Yesterday, we are on the other side of the bargaining table. Bargaining is always an enriching experience for both sides. So not only are we friends, but we see each other at most of the events that we attend. So we are very complicit and like to cooperate together. I'll just focus on 4 points so as to not go on too long. First, thinking about the vocational training from a social and economic standpoint. We know that education is the main way by which social inequality is alleviated, and therefore is the best pathway to break the reproduction of poverty, the so-called social elevator, which has been stopped for the past 10, 15 years, but is still a very important mechanism for many people. So education is essential to guarantee social mobility. And it's also as fundamental as it is transformative for the productive model to drive a more competitive economy than digitalization and having to adapt to meet the whole climate change issue. We've been hearing for years about how this will affect the job market and favor those who are more educated, have more knowledge. So if in addition to the permanent crisis that we're in, or the seasonal crisis that we have every 6 or 7 years, a change of model comes about, a lot of people who don't have this training will be even more marginalized. Another thing is the aging of the population. Very soon, the young people will be older in 10 to 15 years. We have to make sure that they have good conditions. If not, they will leave the country. It's important that there be a transition from school to work that is as progressive as possible and as stable as possible. I wanted to add one other thing. It's something that we're all concerned about in education. There's one other fundamental aspect, and that is picked up in recent articles, the so-called multiple elites that say that in the 50s, people would vote based on their income. If you had less income, you voted left, and if you had more, you voted right. And that changed in the 80s or 90s, and now there's an elite that votes based on income, but also education. This means that the working class has been voting mostly left-wing the past 8 to 10 years, but now there's voting more right and far right. And it has a lot to do with educational policy. This democratic state means that we have citizens who are emancipated from bondage, who are able to think critically, and therefore education is fundamental to have a cohesive society. The second fundamental point, as we're about to have St. John's feast, I would say it's the solstice of growth, because if you asked if we're in crisis, half would say yes, half would say no. It's a time in which we don't really know where we are. We have some growth figures that are very significant. It's a very strange moment for the Spanish and Catalan economies. They'll probably recover work sooner than they would recover economically. And there are many uncertainties that go with that you'll have to define over coming years, and that will affect education, because education in Spain is always linked to the socioeconomic context. What we know is that there are two factors, positive and negative. The positive is that when there's a crisis, there's less employment, and so young people are more devoted to studying. And when there are jobs available again, they quit their studies. The bad thing is when we have a crisis, education budgets get cut, and so we have less money. So it's a time for the next generation funds. The next generation, as the name implies, That's the public we've been referring to, but they must be better managed to fully cover the entire society through next winter. There's been a lot of pressure on lower income families with 8% inflation. Those who have salaries over 2,000 are able to get by. People with pensions over 2,000. Those below that have lost 150 euros in purchasing power. It could be all the milk or sugar or coffee that you buy in 1 month. And income is key to know how many people need to participate in the family economy. Can any labor sources be renounced? Anyone who stops receiving income, and that will generate problems. And with our occupational reform, our youth has a qualitative improvement in their prospects to find work, to get training. We have a reduction in early dropouts of 14.8% at this time. And now I would like to directly ask, as I don't understand it myself, but I was looking at the data before this panel, and what really surprises me is that it's 14.8% from 2021, 19.4% were males and 9.9% were women, when in the job market, the quota is much more paritatis than it was before. But one thing we know very clear is that we have the lowest quintile of income, the 20% of people with the least income. BT is 5.3 times more expensive than it is for someone at the advanced levels. This is very much linked to available income and segregation. Just 3 minutes and a half. Let me go quickly to the last two points. Having had the quality of the experts that we've heard from, starting with Terra Vignier and many others, I'll try to focus it more, but it wouldn't make sense to speak more about what they've already mentioned. It's a very important moment in which to remember preschool in Germany. This was invented in Germany. It was called kindergarten. That is that the teacher was like a gardener planting a seed. If you don't plant that seed, the plants won't be as big, they won't grow as much. And so that lower quintile of students who cannot participate in that have more complicated access. We are one of the countries that has the fewest family policies in Europe. They're called pensions. It's the grandparents who help their children and who help their grandchildren if need be. But these pensions are the ones that provide stability in many cases and access to extracurricular activities. The lowest quintile does not have such access. If you think of English or other activities for your children, as they do their extracurricular activities, the lowest 1/5 of the population is marginalized for that. There's a serious problem with salary containment. It was 550,000 people in homes with low labor intensity. That means there are 550,000 people that's at less than 20% of their potential. If you have an unemployed son and the couple, the wife makes low salary waiting tables, can make a low salary making tables, she will probably do that instead of receiving the universal aids. We have 3.7% of our GDP represented by this education spending. In the Basque Country, it's 5.5%. You can't, you will have to raise the budgetary endowment for these things. Ours has been stable since 2013 and even lower than it was in 2010. Just a few more seconds left. Expectations. It's very human and very direct to think what I think. People lose interest in studying. I appreciate what Joan said. They stop because of the expectations, the inner confidence of what they can have. Once the social elevator is stopped and you see a very precarious situation, you have what's called nihilism. you have less capacity to believe in things. If you don't fight, you won't fight to achieve your goals. And there's one thing that I'm very embarrassed about as a father: emancipation, which was 20% in Catalonia in 2021, went down to 16.2%. 1 out of 6 people under 30 could leave the home. And if they did, it would be the salary, 95% would go just to paying for housing. And this is the first quarter of 2021 from the Emancipation Observatory. We should take that into account as well. And just to sum up very quickly, one fundamental element of reconciliation, there would be much more capacity to speak to young people about this if there was a budget in a place, a proper budget, so that in transition times you could keep up a certain level of studies, a half present based, half online, or family solution. I would form more alliances, and I wouldn't necessarily request more money. I would request more organization, better organization, reorganizing policies, from counseling to this, what's it called? Not palliative, compensatory measures. All right, anyone else? To give a more positive, optimistic outlook, I'd say that this is a moment of opportunity in the social arrangement realm. The 4 most representative social stakeholders in Catalonia all have consensuses in most of the aspects that we've heard about today on counseling, dropouts. We'll be looking at that from its own area. Made a lot of progress. We've seen the responsibilities that we have at the social level and the opportunities that we have. This agency has been created that must facilitate the integration of what Anna referred to, these 2 stakeholders, these 2 autonomous ministries, in this case, of labor and education, which have worked separately up until now because of their structure, because of their budgets. Also, the vocational training law, the modernization plan. We must get all of this to integrate, and with social dialogue and social arrangements, we must get down to brass tacks. But it won't be one day to the next. It will be a letter to Father Christmas that will take many years to achieve. Just to add my 2 cents, I believe that money is key. There is a chronic deficit on budgets. We're now working in the 2023 budget for the Catalan government, and we need a higher allocation for education than we have now. And so, as Sylvia said, I fully agree. We have a good vocational training, a participative model, but there are 2 elements that need to be developed further and require some specific resources. One, dual vocational training that people who want it are able to take dual vocational training, people who drop out, provide stability for them and their families. There are some associations there, and at the face-to-face level, this also exists. In the leadership, that is, the digitalization of this vocational training is necessary for Catalonia. Another thing, what defines democracy is listening to others. And I believe that the department, the ministry has great professionals who work very hard to educate and who deserve to be listened to. They have great contributions, and it's something that unfortunately we don't have ensured right now. In summary, I'd say we have the framework that of the agency with the participation of companies, trade unions, and other associations. And then also dropouts is a very complex matter, a multidimensional matter. And I would say that it's not really necessary to trust it all, to entrust it all to a single dimension. We have to handle the whole range of cases and reorder. As Anna said, that's what we're doing now, reordering. But we are also trusting in companies. At companies, what we do is to hold more meetings with companies who ask us. By saying companies, I mean medium-sized companies. The small self-employed guy doesn't call us because they have enough just handling orders. I'm talking about medium-sized companies, 25, 30 employees and up. I would distinguish between companies. We have companies with 5,000 employees, and we have the local self-employed contractor. We must differentiate. And some of them say we can't take any more students in the dual format. Our department is supporting it and will support it with this new law. We must accept this. We must embrace this new reality. I see that the dual networks that are working around the territory are being promoted, are being developed, and schools are being led to it hand in hand with companies. They say, we want to work with the dual system, but let's see what companies we have. We have some dual prospectors, so to speak, who prospect. They are the technicians. First, we must make sure that the student will have an opportunity when they finish. There will be a company where they can go. The meetings that I have attended, we listen to the companies, and sometimes it is viable to do so, and sometimes it's not. We don't match make. We're being asked for a lot of renewable energy technicians. We don't have them. They don't exist yet. Companies are asking for this. If there aren't more students going into that field, that's the offer that we have, and that's it. Thank you. No, you're fine. I'm sorry to have come in like that, but this panel has triggered a lot of questions online. The first one for the inspector or whoever, dual vocational training and dropouts. What is your perception or the panel's perception on dual training and dropouts? Is there more or less dropouts in the dual system? The data that we have are still from 2021. As you know, in 2021, everything has gone down quite a bit. We've had a lot of problems to find companies. We've had a lot to do. The company, we've all, our departments we've all worked very hard to improvise internships in companies. We have, it's more or less equal. Before the pandemic, there was a slightly higher percentage of non-dropouts in the case of dual, because we get students who have some motivation, expectation, or need to develop it. So with dual training, we automatically get some counseling because the student sees the end of their academic career or the continuation between studying and working. The way it was before the pandemic, it was a little higher. Fewer dropouts in dual than non-dual. Well, that answers what we heard about this morning, how it depends on the socioeconomic context of the person and being able to discover their professional skills to do more internships in companies. And now this is a question for Anna, or the rest of you, it doesn't matter. We've also had the question how once the student is in the company or because of the social perception, it somehow puts the student off from studying more. We hear about this on the media, in the media. Once a student joins the company, they don't want to study more. Could this be a lack of motivation once they discover the current workplace scenario and working conditions? That's a good question. If they work in the third sector, then most probably so. Just kidding. But I believe that it depends a great deal on how the company welcomes them, as Sylvia said. We have a big challenge in SMEs to do that accompaniment. At my trade union, we are working hard to get tutors inside companies. We want the dual training to be a source of cohesion between generations. People who are over 50, who have a lot of knowledge, that they also be able to accompany, tutor, monitor the young people who come in and have cultural transfers inside the company, something that is viable. It's done in many countries. And if that was done, that would be a different story. My mother, when I went, when I first went to metal industry to work, I would have run out if they hadn't closed the door behind me. But my mother helped me through it. If you don't have someone to tell you what's going on, it's very difficult. It's how the work is organized, how the workplace is organized. That is what is done with the fun. It's like Ricard says, this would be more about the human resources policy of the companies, but it has a lot to do with what we talked about before, guidance. And oftentimes young people will get conflicting messages, and this misinformation, these contradictions can generate information that isn't always correct. That's why it's important that there be a closer bond from the business world with the educational world. Perhaps we should work more on this figure of the tutor, dual training tutors inside the companies. Would Anna like to add anything? What comes to mind is that workplace conditions are so variable. Yes, it varies a great deal. It's hard for me to refer to just the conditions. It's not going to be the same in construction or hospitality or office work or third sector. So if you go to a certain sector, you'll have certain conditions. Other sectors will be different. It's another element, highly variable and very prone to crises and cycles and phases. It is a professionalizing training. We always say this. Once you've done 10 photocopies, you know what it means to make photocopies. Each company has a culture. They have people who may be able to accompany you and help you to integrate. There must be an exhaustive control over these things, and that's often not the case. In the past 5 years, with dual vocational training, this began as an expectation. I went to a congress in the Basque Country. I went to 2 congresses to see what dual training was. And when I came back, I thought, we're not doing it that badly here in Catalonia. We have gone ahead by integrating companies inside. And at first there was a lot of reluctance if we would lose faculty or lose autonomy, but the company participates. There's a control over the learning results, all of the hours that are spent inside the company, which I think is quite exhaustive. There are certain parameters by which to measure these things, and we do it within the class hours of the educational cycle. They count as if they were in the company. We evaluate them, the company, and the educational center. That is a challenge. In the Basque Country, they extend it. They have a number of hours. They have 2,000 hours, and then they do something that they here on Provenza Street. It was a school, the German school, that does vocational training in our system. They do the German system with simple alternation. I do the 2,000 hours, and then I have a simple alternation contract. So I don't bother the school, nor do they have to coordinate the hours that I spend outside the school. They do evaluate together. So Catalonia is accepting this challenge quite well as compared to what I saw when I went to the Basque Country. And I asked twice, I said, are you sure you don't do it inside the school? No, they do it outside. They do their hours, but they are way ahead of us in specialization, and they've been working on this for many years. Thank you. And the last question from the YouTube chat. If anyone else has any questions here, this one's a little difficult to answer. It's a challenge. What happens when you give guidance counseling to a person who, according to their profile, they should enter certain students, they should enter certain studies, but they don't have the resources or the means, they don't live there, having to take the subway every day to get to the center. How to re-counsel or reorient this person so they can work in their nearest surroundings. Well, if you would allow me, there is a tool that we have. It's hard to answer, but there's a tool that we have. It's what we have organized in these educational programs. I'm not trying to give anyone a spoiler here, but what there is are these county councils working with social services or the social services of a municipality. We all join forces, and sometimes there's even a small company who decided to take responsibility for the student, to pay for part of their transportation costs to go from the school to the company because they wanted them to go to the company. So it's a win-win for the company. That student, the students often have to pay registration fees that they don't have. It's a win-win for the system and the company, but what about the student? No, this amount that you're saying for registration is for advanced fees. Those are fees, and they've gone up quite a bit since last year. We haven't talked about that, but it is another issue. But the intermediate programs, such as natural area guides, and the transportation fees are assumable. From the Ministry of Territory, we are reorganizing regular routes or school routes. If we have a single route, a school bus, and there are empty spaces, they can include students that go to companies and school and then go home in the afternoon. So we're working on that. It's being worked on. It's being worked on with the Ministry of Territory to see how we can fit all the routes together. That's being done from our coordinator. I agree. That's a very good question. There are some vocational training programs, nursing. 70% of the spaces are private, or in hospitality, most of those spaces are private, and it costs 6,000 euros in vocational, 1 year of vocational training. So segregation based on income is being brought into BT. When you have 70% of the students in this country at risk of poverty, it is a key question and one that requires a political answer, which we don't have, but we do need a political answer. Very well. I think we can take that suggestion and the spoiler as well. Any further questions from the room? Would anyone like to take the floor? 2 questions? Yes, in the same row there. Xavier Mercader from the School of Agriculture. I just wanted to clarify something. We have a dual cycle on agriculture, and the dual program internships are done in companies the second year, and the whole problem of dropping out occurs in the first year. Students who begin the first year are not able to do the dual internship in companies because halfway through the first year, they no longer continue, they face difficulties, and there is no relation between dual training and dropping out. They're two separate phenomena. I just wanted to clarify that, so that if we want to attach more importance to orientation, we need to hire more orienters, more guidance counselors. We have a class group and the students, 20 students in a class who have 1 hour a week, and they have to do just their classwork. They have to be counseled, but 1 hour per week for 30 students. This morning, we heard about people's drive. If they are eager and they have time, then they'll do it. But in any case, these guidance counselors do as best they can, but they would do better with more resources. It's sad to have to always ask for these things, but there you go. But we will take note of that request and hope that it is granted by someone. I just wanted to add that it should be noted that there is a reinitiation of a plan to reassign vocational training guidance counselors. It's still in the very early stages, but there are schools who on September 1st will receive specific BT counselors, and we will see what tasks they do to be able to cover everything and free up some of the overworked counselors. It's a budget that we will see grow, and I think we should end on that note. Yes, we should check back with you on September 1st to see if you're one of the lucky schools that gets a new counselor.
Soc el Francesc Colomer. Us volia preguntar dues coses. Perdoneu-me si n'heu parlat potser a primera hora del matí perquè no hi era, però en qualsevol cas, si no n'heu parlat, potser ara fareu...
So my name is Francesc Colomer. Apologies if you already mentioned this issue early this morning. Someone was saying that a student from Sweden is very similar to one from Catalonia, but what varies is the environment. And I fully agree. We had a problem because we have an economic system that attaches very low added value to knowledge. And so many students quit before graduating. Why? This is why we have so much dropouts, not because students are failing or are bored, that might be, but because our economic system pushes those students outside the system before they graduate. And what's the goal of all this? One comes to my mind always. We need to demand specific certifications from workers to fill vacancies, right? Now, there's a huge demand on waiters, and what are we going to do about that? And one other thing, one other tool would be a good system of grants, not only for education, but also to compensate students that don't have time to work if they are to study. So we really need a good grant system, and that would be a good solution for this issue. I fully agree with you. I mean, I can't add anything to that. Francesc? It's true what you were saying, and how students sometimes, I'm not referring to, I don't know if students leaving the school can be considered as a failure, or they are not necessarily dropouts. We have a dual system, and we can establish an agreement, and so the business, the company, has a worker, an employee, while they are being trained. Because mid-sized companies look more and more into the future. And for instance, just a couple of weeks ago, I visited a fair, and I saw how companies work more and more as soccer teams. They look not in the short term, but in the long term. And so how many students are at this school? So there are this number of students. And so the companies recruit those students for their company. And they tell those students, you have to go to school in order to be able to work for us, and with decent wages. And so the company would tell the students, if you want to stay in the company, you need to go to school in the morning and you'll come to work here in the afternoon, or the other way around. And that is a way of solving this problem of students leaving education. And what you were saying about grants, I agree, but we have limited resources. One other thing that you were mentioning about demanding qualifications for specific jobs, well, earlier I was sharing some figures, and I was saying how 53% of jobs require vocational training qualifications, whereas 23%, whereas only 23% of the population has this kind of qualification. So there are many jobs with people that do not have this qualification, might be overqualified or not enough qualified. And as long as we have this problem and we do not offer qualification in competencies, we won't solve this problem. And professional sectors are asking for this. For hairdressers, for waiters, there are sectors that want to give prestige to those jobs through qualification, but if that is not solved, what do we do about these people that are working but don't have the qualification? Very fast to the last question. No more questions? Yes, there's one last question. My name is Pilar Marquez. We work in community services. This is pretty complex. I am tutoring an intermediate program, and my goal is not to lose any single student. We are about to lose one, but we are going to recover him. But I want to speak about students that know where they want to go, but are not allowed to go and become mechanics or other jobs that they really want to do. There's students that have been evicted, that live on the streets, and the dual system isn't offering these type of jobs to these students. The dual system won't give a job to the students, but a dual certification to work. And my goal is for these students to be able to go to any company, and us helping them in competencies from the outset in order to provide for a dignified life standard for their families. Totally, I agree, but when I am referring to the dual system, it is with insurance and wages. Otherwise, this is not dual education. Absolutely, that is how it works. No, 400 euros is not decent wages. No, 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 that's... So we take note of all proposals and suggestions. The panel has been very practical, very pragmatic. Thank you very much for your contributions.
Doncs bé, mentre els ponents d'aquesta taula...
And so now, while the panelists go back to their seats, we are going to give the floor to
Doncs bé, com dèiem, entrem ja a la recta final. Encara tenen ganes de parlar els ponents, que els tinc aquí encara.
So the panelists are eager to keep on talking.
Gràcies.
Thank you. So now we are moving to the end of the seminar with our last speaker, Dr. Viola Deutscher from Mannheim University. She's a... They are discussing here. Please, quiet. Thank you.
Viola, are you there with us? Hello, good afternoon. Sorry for the delay. We're a bit late. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can. Com comentava, la doctora Viola...
As I was saying, Dr. Viola Deutscher is a full professor at the University of Mannheim and holds the chair of Competence Development and Training Quality for Vocational Education and Training. And she researches mostly quality of education in companies and vocational learning schools, and also studies dropout drivers in VET and personalized training guidance in virtual learning tools. And so she speaks about this digital world. Viola is going to speak about 666 reasons for dropout in dual system. I believe she's going to do a little summary and not refer to all 666 reasons.
As well, I have to say, I didn't expect this meeting to be that big and to have that many experts gathered from all of Europe. And I already signed up as an ambassador for Irene Psifidu's CDFOP presentation. She convinced me to sign up. And I really enjoyed also the speech by Therese Idrin. And because I think that she made such a nice preventative program, and hello, and it's really research-based, at least all the things, all the reasons that I found, many of them were taken up in your program. And so I found it very inspiring to do such kind of programs. And I'm very happy that that I can present here today. So my topic today is 666 reasons, the number of the devil, why I quit my training. And of course, not every individual has 666 reasons, but when we look at research and also practice kind of studies, we find that there are many various reasons. And today we will find out which reasons they are, and if there are also some major reasons that you should really adhere to, and if we can find some practical implementations of that. I'm a professor for vet training quality and dropout in vet, and I'm really looking for European partners also in terms of designing preventative programs and in doing research on dropout. So this is really a nice gathering today for me. And I will now tell something about the challenge and the relevance of preventing dropout, but I think we've heard a lot about that today, so I will do it very quickly about the theory of dropout, and then I will present two studies. One was occupied with the questions, why do vet students actually drop out? And the second was, is it relevant where they drop out to? Because there are different kinds of dropouts, and you can drop upwards and downwards and sidewards. And I also did a study on where they go after it, and does it matter for the reasons that they quit? And then I will show you some practical implications and give an outlook. So policymakers in many countries regard upper secondary technical and vocational education and training as key element in economic growth and poverty reduction. Unfortunately, there is evidence that these programs experience high rates of dropout. And this is true, and we've seen that in various presentations today for most countries. What do I mean by dropout? It's the decision to leave initial VET before achieving a formal qualification, and it's initiated mostly by the VET students. There are some instances where companies say or schools say you can't come back, but usually it's the VET student that decides to drop a VET training. The decision is a longer process. We have research on that. So it's not a decision that comes overnight. You wake up and you decide, today I'm going to drop out of my VET program. But this is a decision that forms over days, weeks, and months. So you have some time to intervene. That's the good news. And how are dropouts measured? That's kind of the problem. They are usually measured by the premature termination of contract with a company or a school or a public provider. And the measurement varies across countries. That's why it's also very difficult to compare different European countries. And they are mostly reported through training companies in school. We have varying dropouts rates, for example, 18% in China, 58% in Australia. We've seen that in Sweden, Germany, and Spain, the dropouts rate vary, of course, of the occupation, but are basically like 1 in every 4 students, so 25%. And due to skill shortage and an increasing priority is given to this dropout phenomenon because we really need these people that are dropping out. So there are various action plans to increase human capital and to increase the retention of training, but dropout rates seem to rise even though these programs were installed. So what's the problem about dropout? Of course, for companies, it's lost investment. And we've seen, particularly in Germany, companies that suffered high dropout rates in the past had decided the next years to lower their educational opportunities. So they didn't offer that many training places in the future. So really, if there's a high dropout rate, the VET system shrinks and shrinks. And that's a problem because the supply of VET training will go down successively. And for society, of course, if people drop out and they don't pursue a career afterwards, that means lower GDP, unemployment, possibly social unrest, and of course, a shortage of qualified work. At the moment, we don't find kindergarteners anymore. This is a VET training in Germany, and we don't have kindergarteners anymore. There's a high dropout rate, particularly of male kindergarteners. And we have a real problem because, for example, my children, I have to keep them home a lot because they can't find people that take care of them. And so for VET students, of course, there are also consequences if they drop out. There just has been a recent study, I think 4 weeks ago, by Michaelis and Findeisen, and they found out that dropout is not just a disruption of the educational path, but that we had a big longitudinal data in Germany, and they found that students that VET out had about 10% less income in the future, even 10 years after. So if you drop out, that has serious consequences. Even those ones that will get another job or so, they receive less income in the future. And of course, there are psychological tolls and a loss of personal well-being if you drop out. And this is seen also 2 and 5 years after dropping out of the training, and not just, of course, when you drop out, you feel a bit bad, but it kind of continues. So it seems to be quite a big disruption of the educational path of individuals. So what types or forms of dropout are there? And I think we've also had that a bit today throughout the day. There's dropout upwards. So a lot of people, at least in Germany, are dropping upwards. So they drop out of their VET training, but they are not becoming unemployed or so, but they are going to university because they suddenly receive another school degree, or they have a new admission from a university, and then they drop their VET training at a company and they go to university. There might also be horizontal dropout. That means that you might either change your company. So you will keep your VET training at the school, but you will change your company employer to continue your training. Or it could be that you will keep your company because you're very happy with the company, with the firm that employs you, but you have decided you don't want to be a security manager anymore. You want to be a health manager in that big company. And so you will keep the company, but switch the occupation. And finally, kind of bad dropout. And bad dropout is when you end up unemployed or with no qualification and you work kind of at a minimum wage. So with our study, we have thought about, okay, what kind of reasons can there be that you drop out, and for which direction are which reasons relevant? And in study 1, we took an analytical model adapted from Tinula from 2016, and we said, okay, there are 4 areas of dropout in the input dimension. So before you start your training, you decide to start at a certain company, and there are company factors, there are professional factors that apply for a certain occupation. For example, if you start as a baker, you will have to get up very early at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's not for everyone. Then there are school factors related to vocational schools, and there are learner factors related really to the individual traits, a vet student starting a training. And then during the process of training, there are many activity factors, learning activities at companies and schools again, that have an impact on dropout decisions. And this might all influence the decision to prematurely terminate your contract. So this is our general analytical model. And of course, this process is always embedded in a socio-cultural environment, depending on which country you study, and there are context factors. For example, in some countries, like in Germany, since 1.5 years, we have Ausbildungsgeld, so you receive some money when you do a vet training. In other countries, there's no money provided, so these are big context factors that of course also influence the probability to finish a vet training. So in the first study, we collected reasons for dropout from various qualitative and quantitative studies. So we did a qualitative meta-synthesis, and we started with a literature research, then selected the literature, identified reasons, and then we categorized them into this model that I just showed you and built kind of an inductive model with all the reasons included. So we searched 8 databases, like from educational sciences, but also from social sciences and business learning sciences. We searched for 17 English and German search terms. And by that search, we achieved 37,422 hits. So that was a lot. And then we had to decide which of those studies are relevant. And we had certain eligibility criteria. So we only included studies in our analysis that were concerned with reasons for actual dropout, that had reasons from the apprentice's point of view. So we said 80% of dropout is initiated by the apprentices, and we wanted to find out what are the reasons from the apprentice's point of view, which included studies that were written in English and qualitative or quantitative in nature. And they had to be, of course, be somehow occupied with the vet context. And we ended up with 70 studies, and we integrated all these 666 reasons that we found into the model that I presented you in the beginning. So into the input, process, and output dimensions, and here are the context factors. And we found that these 666 reasons can be also subcategorized into 68 categories. And here we included these categories into our model. And it's a big model. Of course, I cannot talk about all 666 reasons, but I will give you some zoom in on the model and some examples for the reasons that we found. Most of all, we found that reasons are really diverse and often dependent on individual situations of the vet students. So we found, and I think this has been a topic also, for example, in Therese's presentation, the specific role for women in dropout, pregnancy and motherhood has been a reason that has been called a lot in studies. Conflict with law, people becoming unlawful, especially in the security area, in the security occupation where you work at nightclubs. Some people did get into the dark side of that occupation and ended up with conflict in law. Addiction, drugs, but also gaming has become a prominent problem that leads to dropout. And we also found reasons that were at workplaces or schools. So the reasons that we can't call individual problems, but that were showed to be relevant in many studies and that were rather occupied with the framework conditions in schools and in at the workplaces. For example, individual reasons at some companies were overtime, so that people had to work so much, more than their contract actually would let them work, but they couldn't tell, weren't allowed to tell. And so they complained about that. And then they had conflicts, also conflicts with something, conflicts with superiors at companies, but also with teachers at schools. And for example, sexual harassment was a problem that came up why people decided to quit their training. And many more, like companies' reputation got bad, or a wage, not enough wage. There had been very different reasons. And we then had a look at all the research that is there on these reasons. And we found that when you look at the categories of occupation, school, individual, and company, that most studies really look at individual factors. So why reasons at the individual side. Why did this person stop the training? And of course, you always find individual reasons, but not so many studies look at the general framework conditions that show up for many individuals. And so we found that most categories are built in the individual component, but we don't have too much information about the reasons at companies and in schools where people decide to drop out, or we don't have that much database on that as we wish to have in order to do, for example, quantitative meta-analysis. We then made an effect size overview of major drivers. So we took all the quantitative studies that we had. There were about 60 quantitative studies. And we looked at which studies showed which kind of reasons are the most prominent reasons for dropout. And here we identified 7 big drivers of dropout throughout these 60 quantitative studies that were conducted in various international dropout studies. And number 1 was a low educational level. So people that had bad grades or a really bad school certificate before, of course, that raises your probability to drop out later. A learning disability showed to be of disadvantage regarding your dropout rate. Language barriers, and I noticed some of you have designed programs that explicitly kind of take up this problem to help people with migrational backgrounds get into, stay in the programs. And then we found that gender plays an ambiguous role. So dropout probability raises if you are in the minority. So you can't just say for women, it's harder to not drop out, or men drop out more, or women drop out. It's not that easy, but the data really shows that your probability to drop out rises if you are in a minority group. So if you are a woman trying in the construction industry, and you want to build houses as a carpenter, and you are a woman, that raises your probability to drop out. But also if you are male and you want to become a kindergartner, and there are 99% females becoming kindergartner, and you are always the only male, and always if they did a vote counting on something, you lose out, that also raises your probability to drop out. So it's bad to be in the minority regarding dropout rates. Then we found, and I think a lot of you, in particular the practitioners, have taken that up, that occupational choice. So the way, how are you advised when you choose your occupation, and how are you guided when choosing your occupation, that plays a major role. So people that inclined that they did not have a free occupational choice, but they were somehow pressured to take up a certain vocation, they have a higher dropout probability. And final, there are 2 big major drivers that you can really do something about as a practitioner. Low training wage has shown to be a big driver of dropout. So if you pay no wage to vet students, or if you pay a really low wage, that will definitely raise dropout probability. And this is kind of in contrast to qualitative studies, because we also had 10 qualitative studies, and they did interviews with people. And when you ask the people, why are you unhappy? Is money an issue? They almost certainly said, no, money is not an issue for me. I do it because I like it, or I don't want to do it because I don't like it. So people are kind of not always aware that money is an issue for them. But we can see in the quantitative data on more than 3,000 dropouts, we can really see if the training wage is low, your dropout probability raises. And I think the thing is that in interviews, when being asked vet students, they actually mean that money is not a big motivator for them, but money is also a sign of appreciation. And if your company doesn't pay you at all, or pays you bad, that's also a sign of low appreciation. And this kind of seems to raise dropout probability, even though that students don't seem to be aware of that so much. And then a poor self-perceived performance level within a training company has also shown to raise the dropout rate. And that's interesting because those were people that often did not have a low educational level. And the companies also said, well, they are not performing bad, but they felt that they are performing bad because they didn't get a lot of feedback or they got only negative feedback. And those were the dropouts, of course, where the companies, the schools were very sad because we thought everything was going right and we liked the student, and suddenly he or she was dropping out. And this just shows that, people that sometimes just feel that they are performing bad, and this also can be a reason to drop out, even though they are not performing bad. And we also found that research has really focused on individual and context-related reasons for dropout. A smaller focus is on vet schools and occupational reasons, and the blame largely on the individual. I mean, we also call these people dropouts. So it's kind of they decided to drop out. But we don't look so much for the reasons that they drop out, and maybe it's really the guilt for it. It has to be shared in some way. There are some limitations of the study. Of course, the research instruments that exist might not well reflect the reality of reasons in practice. So there might be a lot more reasons than the 666 that we found that are reasons in practice, but it's all the reasons that have been published in studies that we collected. And the effect size overview of major drivers suggests that also systemic reasons influence actual dropout rates. And educators and companies, they should therefore focus on identifying, of course, individual reasons, but also focus on what themselves they can do as an organization, as a system to lower their dropout rate, because there also seem to be some significant factors. So we then conducted a second study, and we wanted to find out, does the dropout direction matter? So which kind of reasons are relevant for which kind of dropouts? And what we did was that we measured dropout intention, so not actual dropouts, but dropout intention, because they were still available, the data. And we differentiated between 4 dropout directions. So if you dropped out upwards to university, if you dropped out downwards, being unemployed or untrained, or if you took a different training or a different company. And our question was, does the dropout direction matter regarding the reasons? And the practical significance behind this question is, well, if it matters, then we do need to have specific preventative programs for different kinds of dropout that we detect. And the method was that we did 4 regression analyses with respective dropout direction as a dependent variable and the reasons as independent variables. And then we run these regression analyses, and we found that indeed for different dropout directions, there are different drivers. The only thing that showed significant in all 4 regression models was social involvement. And social involvement was measured by items like, I am taken to lunch with my colleagues. So it's about how socially involved are people in a company and where they train. Are they really a lot together with their colleagues? Do they also gather socially apart from working time? Are they taken to lunch together? Are there many activities together? And this showed to be really significant for all 4 kinds of dropout directions. So it really helps to take your students to lunch. And then we also found that the overload was a problem, that people drop out and horizontally, but also downwards. So if people felt that the training was too much for them, that it was too much for handle for them, too much overtime overload, they felt that they were burdened too much work, that raised probability rates for horizontal, but also for downwards dropout. Then there was reasons for horizontal change, so that you would keep your occupation, but you would continue with your vet school and another company provider for vet training because you didn't like the training company. And that was if you felt that the feedback was not sufficient, they didn't get enough feedback, or they didn't receive mentoring and non-training tasks. So people had to cook a lot of coffee, had to do a lot of copying, but didn't feel like they learned what they had to learn. And then they decided to drop out horizontally and to change their training company. But there was also reasons when you kind of kept your company because you were very, very happy with it, but you wanted to have another occupation within this company. And this was mainly when it was not the desired occupation from the beginning, so that you didn't really know what you were up to when you signed up for this occupational vet training, and they actually wanted something else. And when they didn't follow the curriculum so well, and then you decided, okay, these tasks are not that interesting for me in general. I want to do something else as an activity. And also when they had a low training performance. So sometimes people felt like I'm not performing well, and they also got bad grading, and they decided for more easy vet training. But they kept the company because they felt comfortable there. And the company also said, yeah, we're fine with you. Maybe we'll start another vet track in our company. And finally, for upwards dropout, and this is becoming an increasing problem in Germany, indeed. A lot of people are allowed now to go to university. And as soon as they get some kind of admission, they have the choice. And then they start to drop out upwards. And if you have this kind of a dropout problem in your company, you should really look for task complexity. So a lot of people dropped out upwards because they felt that the tasks were not complex enough for them in the company. So they felt underwhelmed with the work, and they felt like, I'm not learning a lot here. It's also dull and easy. And then they decided to drop out upwards. So these people actually would need a more challenging mentoring, a more challenging extra work, maybe extra training opportunities in order to be seduced to stay in the company. And also if the educational level was really high there, they dropped out upwards. And this is also why in Germany, some companies are now again, not only hiring people with good educational significance, certificates, but sometimes with rather medium educational certificates, because they know if they are too good, they will not stay here. But as soon as they can, they will go to another educational path and choose university. So depending on what kind of dropout problem you have as a practitioner in your institution, you have to really think about which kind of dropouts do I have? Do I have downwards, upwards, or horizontal dropouts? And what can I do about them? Because you have to do different things for the different groups that you find here. So my practical implications for the practitioners here today are, if you are a staff manager, make sure that your program is a vet student's first choice and check consistency with application. So sometimes you can really see that it's not what the student wanted to do, the vet student. And if you can see that he did a lot of internships in the area and he has also private interests that align with the vet training, that's a good signaling. But if you have the feeling it's not what they planned, this is a good indicator for dropout later on. They should definitely, and I think Irene has shown that, provide additional language courses or language tandems that you pair people with migrational and without migrational backgrounds together, or also people with the same nation but from socially deprived backgrounds that might also have language barriers, in order to let them have a higher probability to succeed the training. You should definitely take care of your gender minority. Men and women in the minority may have different interests and needs, and you should adhere to that. So if you have a vet program and there are 98% women, men, you should pay attention to the 2% that are of the other gender. Nevertheless, if they are women, but the minority has a bad stand. You should pay a decent training wage as a training company or also as a public provider, because this really has shown to be almost the biggest impact factor for retention of training. And you should, if there are conflicts, mediate them with a neutral ombudsman. So if there are conflicts with the training boss or with a teacher, there has to be some kind of neutral person that can mediate between the two parties in order to find a solution and in order to give the vet students the feeling that he's heard and not ignored. You should, of course, give feedback on your satisfaction with the vet student's work performance as often as possible. And this is easily said, but hardly done, because, of course, time is limited in training companies. But I will come back to that point. There are maybe some also digital ways to do a kind of a regular training feedback tool. And you should take your vet students to lunch and to other occasions, do some Christmas parties and Easter happenings, because that has really shown to be a big impact factor as well throughout all the national contexts, throughout all the 70 studies that we had a look at. And the second study kind of shows that you should design preventative programs, of course, for dropout. You then have to measure dropout intention. And if you like, as practitioners, we can provide an instrument for dropout intention that adheres to the 4 directions that I have shown, that is really sensitive to where you are intending to drop out. And you should do that on a regular basis. So like every 2 weeks in the beginning, and maybe after some months in the training, you can do it once every 2 months. It's a really small survey consisting of 8 questions, 8 items, but this can be an early alert system. And if you use that, you will find out who is at risk, who is kind of developing the thought to drop out in a certain direction. And then you have identified what student that is, in which direction he's tending to, and then you can invite them for vocational coaching. You can identify individual reasons, but also identify their perception of your training quality and mediate interests and negotiate an alternative with them. You should use also that information on quality, of course, to improve your training. And if you are interested as a practitioner, we have developed some good statistical instruments where you can really, on a regular basis, with very little questions, kind of track dropout intention thoughts and prevent at an early stage. So what's my outlook? I think the outlook is that we start to connect the learning process to an evaluation of training quality and dropout intention in a web-based system. And I think learning simulations and virtual learning have become very prominent. And myself, I am also developing some of these environments, and you can install these questions on dropout intention, on different dropout directions into these systems. And the good thing is that you can also in these systems use artificial intelligence in the sense of log data to find out how are people learning in these systems in school and companies. What kind of tasks do they finish? What kind of tasks do they not finish? Do they try at all to finish them? How do they evaluate training quality in the system? And depending on this log data in the system, so about how do they move in this learning environment, you can also make some regression on the dropout behavior. And so this is planned now that we use Luca. It's a platform that we develop to also do some automated dropout intention identification, and then to automated opening discussion boards, and also to do some video coachings with your trainer in order to make you not further develop these dropout thoughts. So you have to kind of help dropout thoughts before they develop into a real dropout. And here we use log data, or are planning to use log data as an AI component to predict dropout. And this is just an example for a learning environment where you can do that. It's called Luca, and you can do simulated tasks in the business domain, but you can also have some evaluation of training quality in the system, and then connect kind of the performance of students with also their self-perception of performance, and to kind of install these early alert systems within one training environment. Well, that's basically my thoughts on dropout, but I'm curious, of course, to hear your thoughts. And also, if you want to connect with me, please feel free to write me, to email me, and yeah, let's develop something together. So thank you very much for your attention, and let's discuss now.
Thanks, Viola, for your presentation. Okay, so do we have any questions in our audience for Viola? Viola, would you like to add something regarding what's been discussed today?
Yes, I think I found it interesting today that so many preventative programs are already out there. I mean, where there are 3 or 4 preventative programs shown, and also the variables that they decided to tackle very much in line with what research suggests. And I think that shows how important this meeting is to make kind of research and practice connect. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Viola. No tenim preguntes del públic?
No questions from the audience? Yes, there's a question. Apologies, but if they don't use a mic, I can't hear the question.
Okay. Viola, there is a question for you from our audience here in the room. If what you offer regarding the vocational qualifications, the vocational qualifications offered in your region really fits and matches what the labor market in your region needs. So
yeah, that's actually a big problem because in Germany as well, we have similar like to in Spain, we have several regions. So there are 16 regions, and dropout indeed is a regional problem often because sometimes, I mean, on a whole, it kind of fits, but sometimes in these regions, there are a lot of trained nurses, but the labor market actually now requires rather kindergartners or the other way around. So on a whole, if you look at the statistics in Germany, we find that the supply and demand of vet trainings is rather fitting, but on a regional level, that might be the case. And the workforce is not that mobile. People do not move from Bavaria to Eastern Germany. So actually, no, we don't have a perfect fit. And this has also been criticized by companies and also politicians that this is a major problem, but it's hard to tackle because also sometimes there are also new jobs that are required, and the vet training takes about 3 years in Germany, 2 to 3 years. And sometimes there's a demand for something, but 3 years later, that demand has already been met by some kind of further training. And then we are still in shortage of other skills.
So what are the solutions that you're trying to find to tackle that? And what institutions or stakeholders are working on those? Li he demanat, perdó, I'm going to translate that for our audience, quines solucions estan trobant a nivell, diguéssim, regional?
So I was asking about the institutions and social partners that are collaborating in this.
Research is not working on that demand supply question. So I'm really working about why do people quit? Why do they drop out? But in terms of what do companies supply, they are free to supply whatever they feel is they need. So in Germany, the companies kind of decide what they supply. But there are also state programs now where they really try to, for example, nurses are really needed all over Germany now. So there are big state programs that make new vet programs so that more people will do that training.
And from what you said, from the dropout, so that's that influence, because, for example, if I know that I'm studying something I won't be asked for in my region, then I'll have to move. Is that a bit discouraging for me?
Yes. Yes, and that came also up. So movement, if you have to move for your training, the probability rate is also higher because it might happen that you don't feel well in your new surrounding. And some people miss their families, miss their friends, and then they go back and they quit their training. Sometimes they take up a new training in the old region, but sometimes they just end up without qualification.
So how do you reckon we could work on those soft skills and personal skills that the students might have in maybe helping them to be more mobile and maybe moving?
A really good measure that has been taken up by the EU is the vet mobility program. So there, as you have noticed, I think it's throughout Europe. Now also, formerly only university students were allowed to take Erasmus programs to study abroad. But now also the vet students are allowed to study abroad. And many vet students are taking that offer up. But I guess that these people that take up these offers have a very open mind and are very over-regional in themselves. But the people that don't take up their programs are the problem because they don't want to even move from Bavaria to Thüringen or something like that.
So we should be a little bit maybe help or work on this open-mindedness in our students. So could that be part of our guidance? Could that be a solution?
Yeah. Definitely open-minded, and also in former times, like in the medieval times, like in 1400, people had actually, as part of their vet program in Germany, they had to travel. So in the Middle Age, people had to travel throughout not only Germany, but several countries in Europe to gather their training experience. And that really is something in the culture that was there hundreds of years ago and that we have lost, that people now think I'm starting in this company and I will end in this company. But it would actually better to send them out a bit more to travel as well, and to also advertise this for vocational training, that it makes you experience your country and the world possibly.
And our last question regarding or related to that could be also, so we are always looking at other European countries. We are all looking at European projects such as Erasmus+, but what about interregional mobility for that open-mindedness? So would that be also important to be included in counseling programs?
Yes, that would be good to include it in counseling programs. Now that you say it, yes, very well. And I mean, one option would be that you will kind of develop this open-mindedness and that competence to kind of change your working place. Another opportunity would be to say, okay, I accept that vet students, I want vet students, but I accept that they are not regionally mobile. And we are able to do now, at least since the pandemic, to do some of the courses and trainings remotely. So that would be another option, that you say, okay, I will provide part of this training as a digital option. So it will be remote work, and part of this training will be per se in this city. So, and we have had some vocational schools in Germany that are now gathering together, and they provide some components together as a digital training, and you can take it wherever you like. And some components are in a certain place. That would be another way to react to this regional problem.
Thank you, Viola. We have two last questions before saying farewell to you. One would be, do you know the dropout rates in Germany?
Yes.
What are they? Could you share that with us?
It's depending on the occupation. On average, it's 25%. So 1 in every 4 students drops out.
1 in every
4 students, 1 is gone in the end. But it depends. There are some, we have some 2 or 3 trainings where you only have 5%. If you are becoming, for example, a state bureau worker, those people never drop out. It's about 5%. And there are trainings where you have 60%. We have a lot of problems with cooks, people becoming cooks, and people working in the hotel industry, because they find particularly working times very hard to adhere. They have to work at night at the receptions, in the mornings, and there we have very high dropout rates. And yeah, so it varies depending on the training that you take. Yeah.
Thank you, Viola. And the last questions from our audience.
Yeah, do I ask directly or?
You can ask in English and
okay.
I'll be translated.
You mentioned low training wage being a problem. So I wanted to ask, is there a minimum training wage established by the federal government, or there's not a minimum wage and every company can pay whatever they want to pay?
Yeah, there's now a minimum wage, and I have to look it up. I thought when it was discussed, it was about 500 euro, 500 or 600 euro that you kind of have to pay them. But of course, the company can choose to pay more. We have some really high-end web programs from SAP, a big software provider in Germany, and they get like 2,000 euro a month. So it can really, you can pay more, but now there is a minimum wage that you have to provide in order to people somehow being able to pay one room and some food. Yeah. Particularly, and I think that might also help the regional problems, because we had the regional problem that people had to stay in their region because they couldn't afford to live somewhere else. And so they had to live with their parents, so they couldn't move. But as soon as they get some minimum wage, they can also move.
Thank you, Viola. So thank you for being with us today, for taking up that time for us. And let's hope we all get together in order to improve those dropping rates in any country in Europe. So thanks. Hope to be working with you again soon.
Yeah, I'd like that very much. Thank you for having me.
Bye bye. Doncs bé, fem un aplaudiment per la Viola, que ens el sentirà.
A big round of applause for Viola.
Doncs bé, ja l'últim parlament d'avui.
On to the last intervention today. To wrap up this seminar, Mr. Angel Rodriguez from the Department of Education. Angel Miquel, I believe he's here with us. Angel Miquel, General Director for Vocational Training at the Department of Education. Can you hear me? Thank you, Maria. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'd like to apologize for not being there with you, but one cannot be in two places at the same time, and so we use these communication tools. I've followed part of the presentations, and so I see that you have spoken about the different factors affecting dropout rates. You have spoken about guidance, expectations by students. We also learned about different tools to fight dropout rates, especially in the field of vocational training and in the first courses in intermediate training. And you have also spoken about the need to raise awareness in the education community about the situation, which is not easy to solve, but we need to solve, because this is something we cannot admit right like that as a society. I want to thank all experts, all panelists that have spoken throughout the day and have shared different measures, proposals, actions to fight early school leaving. I also would like to refer to the awareness raising about this situation. In the moments I have followed the presentations, I have listened to social partners and people from non-governmental organizations, so a big thank you to them as well. As for the Department of Education, where I work, we are preparing a piece of legislation and we at the General Director are working in order to take into account guidance from a professionalizing approach, also to fight gender gap, because there are still some professions that are invisible to the society. So we need to prepare this piece of legislation, as I was saying, and we are doing our best. And one of the goals we have is carried out by a team we have working hand in hand with other agents in order to improve results, because we need to be able to analyze the outcome and the reasons for students to drop out of school. One of those reasons is that students cannot follow or go to their main. They cannot follow the courses they chose because there's not enough places for them. And so we want to implement this plan to fight early school leaving so we have more students graduating And as you know, this seminar has been organized by OrientaFP. This is a program that aims at networking, at sharing best practices so as to mitigate, fight, and reduce early school leaving, which is so important in the field of vocational training. So thank you very, very much to all panelists. Thank you very much for the very interesting discussions. Thank you for the contributions of different social partners. And we are going to keep on working to improve the school outcomes, which is a major goal for any school system. Thank you again. Congratulations to all the organizers for putting together this very intense seminar where you have been working throughout the day. Thank you again. And we'll keep on working to improve vocational training. Thank you. Thank you, Director. So now to wrap up, we have a video that Maria has done with her drawings, her visual thinking, and let's see now her video.
Gràcies, Maria. Gràcies a tots i a totes per la vostra...
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, everybody, for being either here or online. Thank you to all panelists, to the Orienta program for organizing this very interesting seminar. I've been very touched with a sentence that I heard today. Let me refer now to a student that is here voluntarily. She's spent the entire day here. I asked her, what do you think about this seminar? And she told me, well, it's very interesting, but I have seen that what I did to organize this seminar is something that I really enjoyed doing. And so I believe that this sentence is the best summary of a good, personalized. And so thank you very much for sharing your students with us. Thank you, everybody, and see you next year.